Chapter 926. Half a month later, all members of the Han family from the City of Shadows had entered the Pandemonium. As soon as the members of the House of Han arrived at the Pandemonium, they fell in love with it almost immediately. Although the Pandemonium was shrouded in dense fog and protected by layers of powerful defensive barriers, the interior of the Pandemonium was like spring all year round. Nourished by the rich elemental energy of heaven and earth, and aided by Wood Elite Zombies' innate divine abilities, Tarnai was lush and verdant. Tender grass, fragrant flowers, towering trees, and the air was fresh and natural. Tarnai was rich in elemental energy. The environment was beautiful and elegant. There was even an incomparably spacious underground palace. After years of hard work, magical lamps, sandalwood, and carpets were installed in every corner of the Pandemonium, ensuring that every member of the Han family had their own personal training and resting place. Upon entering the Pandemonium, Phoebe, Emily, and the other females cheered excitedly. They were captivated by the elegance of the Pandemonium. There are layers upon layers of defensive barriers outside the Pandemonium. Even Logue and the other so-called overgods would find it difficult to sneak in. Any ordinary high god would die if they were to venture too deep into the Pandemonium. Han Shoror heaved a sigh of relief and said to Statholm and the others smilingly, "This is the true foothold of the Han family. Everyone who enters this place is one of us. You can rest assured that the memories of those souls won't leak out. What a great place. Cultivating here allows one to feel the elemental energy of heaven and earth more deeply. Brian, you really do possess great divine abilities. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to gather so much elemental energy here. This is truly incredible." Ermike's face was filled with delight. He seemed to be very satisfied with the Pandemonium. "This is great. Our cultivation will definitely increase tremendously here." Emily's charming face was brimming with a faint smile. She glanced at Han Shoror and said, "After so many hardships, we finally have a home of our own. We no longer have to live under someone else's roof and live under someone else's gaze. We should celebrate. Hee, it's rare for everyone to gather together. For the bright future of the Han family, let's drink to our heart's content." Phoebe was in high spirits as she suggested with a smile. As soon as she said that, everyone became excited and all of them shouted that they really should have a few drinks. Naturally, Han Shoror wasn't about to spoil everyone's mood. With one thought, a demon general flew onto a circular platform at the center of the Pandemonium and fiddled with a formation hub. All of a sudden, the thick smog that shrouded the Pandemonium was sucked into the tall stone pillars. After a short while, the smog in the Pandemonium became very light. Bright moonlight shone through the leaves and onto Tarnai, making the Pandemonium look like a fairyland. Hazy moonlight, elegant and beautiful buildings, lush and green plants, colorful flowers and grass, fragrant fragrance, enchanting and charming beauties. At this moment, the Pandemonium had become the most beautiful and tranquil paradise in the fringe. There wasn't the slightest gloominess in the air. After Han Shoror gave his command, chests upon chests of fine wine were brought up from the underground warehouse. Delicacies and fruits from all over Elysium were served on crystal platters. Everyone raised their cups and drank to their heart's content under the moonlight with smiles on their faces. Goran, Romont, and the others who happened to be in the Pandemonium, as well as the 5 elite zombies who had just returned from Han Hao, walked out of the underground palace and joined in the joyous banquet. Han Shoror had women on his left and right. One moment, Phoebe, Emily, and the next moment, Fanny and Jasper. He was enjoying the rare moment of peace. Although these people possessed formidable strength, they deliberately intoxicated themselves. None of them used the divine energy in their bodies to stimulate the alcohol's effects. When cup after cup of strong alcohol entered their stomachs as though it was plain water, they began to lose all restraint. Han Shoror continued drinking until the next night. Only after he had deliberately stimulated the alcohol into the cells and blood in his body did he start to feel better. Han Shoror, who was laughing heartily, carried Emily and Fanny, whose faces were flushed and their eyes hazy from drunkenness, and entered the underground palace. It had been a long time since Phoebe, Jasper, and the other women who were usually more reserved had not been moisturized by Han Shoror. On top of that, under the influence of alcohol, Each and every one of them abandoned their usual dignified and reserved demeanor. Without waiting for Han Shoror's instructions, they followed him into the lounge as though nothing had happened. Han Shoror's underground residence was more than 300 square meters in size. There were 6 rooms of varying sizes and a spacious hall that was 100 square meters in size. The carpet was made from the fur of some unknown beast and felt extremely soft to the touch. This place was all decorated by Rose and appeared very cozy and cozy. As soon as he arrived, Han Shoror picked up Emily and Fanny and began to indulge himself on the soft carpet in the spacious hall. It didn't take long before Phoebe, Jasper, and the other ladies arrived one after another. Han Shoror let loose to his heart's content, taking turns to conquer the bodies of the ladies one after another. There was nothing more pleasurable than this in life. After a night of fun, Han Shoror's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he looked at the beautiful bodies strewn across the hall. Back when he was on Earth, he had never dreamed that he could have such a beautiful woman. But today, he was able to gorge himself on a floor full of beautiful women. Every one of them was breathtakingly beautiful and possessed unparalleled looks that could cause the downfall of cities and nations. Nothing could be more changeable than this. Possessing a peerless demonic art and enjoying the beauties of the world, all of this was as unreal as a dream. The beauties in the hall fell into a deep sleep after their extreme satisfaction. However, Han Shoror did not feel the slightest bit tired. After inspecting their bodies for a while, Han Shoror suddenly had an idea and quietly walked outside. A lonely silhouette stood there quietly. She had a head of silvery white long hair and cold eyes. It was the spider goddess Rose. Rose did not expect that Han Shoror would be able to wake up so quickly after experiencing the ravages of so many beauties. Seeing Han Shoror suddenly appear before her, Rose appeared somewhat flustered. She calmly said, "I didn't expect that you could still wake up. I dropped by to help you tidy up this place." Han Shoror smiled and shook his head, saying, "There's no need for that. It's not like before. Hehe, now that there are so many women, there will naturally be people who will tidy up this place. However, it seems that it won't be possible today." Rose glanced at the scattered bras and embroidered silk panties in the room, as well as the beautiful naked bodies. Her heart felt sour for no reason. That's right, there are so many women all of a sudden. He naturally doesn't need my help. Rose felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She didn't say anything more and nodded. She coldly turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait!" Han Shoror suddenly called out when he saw that Rose was about to leave without saying a word. Suddenly turning around, Rose's eyes shone with a charming brilliance. She asked in a low voice, "What?" Our master-slave contract can be dissolved." With a smile, Han Shoror said, "I once promised you that I wouldn't bind you for too long. Hehe, I think it's time to dissolve this unfair contract." As soon as these words came out, Rose's body trembled. The corners of her mouth curled up into a sad and cold smile. She lowered her head and said in a self-deprecating manner, Yes, you have so many experts under you now. My strength is no longer of any value to you. It doesn't matter whether or not there is a master-slave contract." Han Shoror was stunned. Looking at Rose, who seemed to be agitated and talking to herself, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "What are you talking about? I just feel that I don't need to bind you anymore. Because I now completely trust you. I believe that even if the master-slave contract is dissolved, there won't be any problems." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Rose raised her head and looked deeply at Han Shoror. She asked, "Do you want me to leave?" "Of course not." Han Shoror said with a straight face, "Even if the master-slave contract is dissolved, there won't be any changes to our relationship. The Pandemonium will still be your home and you will still be a member of the Han family. There won't be any difference." A member of the Han family, a member of the Han family. Rose had a strange look on her face. She mumbled to herself for a while before she asked, "What kind of member of the Han family am I? What kind of relationship do I have with you? What kind of status do I have as a member of the Han family?" Han Shoror was rather stunned by her words. After carefully observing Rose for a while, Han Shoror smiled and said, "Friend. You are my friend, no longer a master-slave. Haha, no matter what, I will still treat you the same way as before." Nothing has changed. This didn't seem to be the answer Rose wanted. However, she didn't have any objections to Han Shuo's answer. After thinking for a moment, Rose nodded and said softly, "There's no need to dissolve the master-slave contract. The time isn't up yet." Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Rose in confusion and asked curiously, "You are really strange. When we first signed the master-slave contract, you were always clamoring to dissolve it as soon as possible. Now that I am really going to dissolve it for you, you want to abide by the agreement. Why? In short, I won't dissolve the master-slave contract until the time is up." Rose didn't answer Han Shuo's question. She let out a soft groan and said stubbornly. After spending so much time with her, Han Shuo already knew her character. Seeing that she was so insistent, he smiled and shook his head. He said, "Forget it. Since you are willing to be a slave, there's nothing I can do about it. But I promise you that as long as you think it through, I will dissolve the master-slave contract for you anytime. I will never go back on my word. I am just abiding by the agreement. Don't think too much about it." Rose's face turned cold. She glanced at the scene in the room and snorted, "Your private life is really messy and promiscuous. Sooner or later, it will be useless." After saying that, Rose didn't stay any longer. She walked out of the room without looking back. Han Shuo smiled bitterly. He shook his head helplessly and sighed softly. "Idiot, she likes you." Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind. Emily, wrapped in a soft blanket, slowly walked over. "I know," Han Shuo said with a smile. Chapter 927. "You know?" Emily put on a sweet smile and asked, "Then why are you pretending to be like this?" Han Shuo stretched out his arms and embraced Emily. He softly said, "I already have too many women. What else can I be dissatisfied with? I already have power, strength, and illustrious status. It's about time for me to cultivate my character. Besides, my energy is limited. You don't have that much time to spend with her. I can't bring harm to her." Emily gently leaned on Han Shuo and giggled, "Hey, this isn't like you at all. Didn't you say no to anyone? Look at how many women there are in this house. Is this the result of your womanizing? Why have you changed your mind?" Han Shuo put on a bitter smile. It was the truth and he didn't know how to refute it. After thinking for a moment, he found a suitable excuse and said, "The reason why I was so indulgent was that the martial arts I practiced were in a very subtle realm. It can't be helped. It's necessary for me to cultivate my strength." Emily coquettishly rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and poked his chest with her jade-like finger. She softly rebuked, "Stop your sophistry." Han Shuo put on a wronged face. He suddenly tightened his grip on Emily and put on a sinister smile. He said, "Women, you don't believe me when I'm telling the truth. You just have to believe lies. Come, I'm angry. I'm going to punish you. Hee. Come on, I'm not afraid." Emily coquettishly swayed her body like a snake. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this time, the fringe had become even more chaotic. All kinds of rumors had spread throughout the Omphalos. The sovereigns led by Tyre and Logue had spread the news that the God-Hunter Alliance was going to attack the fringe. They took the opportunity to force all the forces in the fringe to obey their commands. Now that the sovereigns were facing a formidable foe, the leaders of the major and minor factions realized the gravity of the situation and chose to side with the sovereigns they trusted, hoping that they would be able to withstand the onslaught of the God-Hunter Alliance. They were all criminals from the 12 dominions and they knew that the fringe was their true home. If the God-Hunter Alliance were to invade the fringe, not only would they lose their home, but they would also become the God-Hunter's prey, having all their divine energy devoured by the God-Hunter Alliance. They weren't good people to begin with, so they naturally wouldn't give in. After recognizing the situation, they temporarily stopped fighting and killing. While consolidating their own forces, they also made contact with the sovereigns. On one hand, Tyre and Logue had made their move early, and on the other hand, they had established their influence in the fringe for a long time. Hence, many forces, big and small, naturally chose to submit to them. Wasis and Asura knew that the more power they had, the more bargaining chips they would have when the war came. Therefore, They made promises and even took out a portion of their wealth to rope in the leaders of the major factions. For a moment, Tyre, Log, Warses, and Asura used all kinds of means to invite the leaders of the major factions to join them. On the contrary, not only did Han Shor, who also had the qualifications to recruit the leaders of the major factions, not take any action, he even stated that he wouldn't accept any of the leaders of the major factions for the time being. Han Shor's actions surprised everyone. Some of the leaders of the major factions who had a favorable impression of Han Shor even personally visited the Pandemonium, hoping to have a talk with Han Shor. However, all of them were rejected by Han Shor. Not only that, while the four sovereigns were using all kinds of means to win the support of the Han family, the Han family in the Pandemonium was like a pool of stagnant water. Apart from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy owned by the Tanai Han family, none of the core members and experts of the Han family appeared in the Pandemonium. The Han family in the Pandemonium was shrouded in a thick fog. No one knew what was going on there. Even Han Hao, who had a close relationship with Han Shor, and the group of villains under his command, had mysteriously disappeared during this period of time. They no longer wreaked havoc in the fringe. Very few people had seen them. The Han family's actions in the Pandemonium were extremely unusual at such a sensitive time. The four sovereigns and the leaders of the major factions were puzzled as to what the Han family was doing at such a critical time. Due to the Pandemonium's formidable defenses, none of those who wanted to gather information were able to get close to the Pandemonium. Therefore, no matter how puzzled they were, they couldn't find an answer. Time flew by and another 3 months had passed. At almost the same time, Tyre, Log, Warses, and Asura each received a piece of news. God hunters were constantly killing gods at the borders of the fringe, fate, death, space, and lightning dominions. Upon receiving the news, Tyre immediately sent someone to the Pandemonium to invite Han Shor over for a discussion. However, Statholm rejected the invitation with the excuse that Han Shor was in seclusion. The four sovereigns reconvened to discuss the god hunters that had appeared at the border of the four divine dominions. Tyre and Log were especially puzzled. They could not understand why the god hunters would attack the gods that were passing by at such a sensitive time. From the two's point of view, the god hunter alliance that was invading the fringe was afraid that they wouldn't be able to hide their tracks well enough. They wouldn't want to expose themselves before reaching the fringe so that the fringe wouldn't have time to prepare. On the other hand, the God Hunter Alliance had always been rather low-key in their actions. Their impudent operation this time would very likely attract the collective retaliation of the divine guards of the cities in the four divine dominions. No matter how one looked at it, the God Hunter Alliance's operation this time seemed to be unreasonable. The four sovereigns discussed the matter for an entire day but couldn't come to a conclusion. They could only continue to instruct their subordinates to keep an eye on those regions and report to them as soon as there was any news. At the border between Ethereal City in the Space Dominion and the Fringe, in an ungoverned area, Han Hao was looking at a person who shouldn't be there in astonishment. "What's wrong? Are you curious?" Scarlet, who had traveled thousands of miles from the Ronson Canyon with her subordinates, thought that Han Hao had noticed the change in her expression when she saw the surprised look on Han Hao's face. She put on a smug smile and asked Han Hao, "What's up? What are you doing here?" asked Han Hao with his brows bunched. Scarlet stared blankly for a moment. She looked at Han Hao up and down in puzzlement and asked, "Didn't you ask me to come?" Han Hao shook his head and firmly replied, "No, I didn't." Scarlet suddenly realized that Han Shor was lying. She took a good look at Han Hao and softly sighed. She said, "I thought you asked me to come. Since you don't want me to come, I'll just go back." "Who said I asked you to come?" asked Han Hao after keeping silent for a moment. "The patriarch of the Han family. He went to the Ronson Canyon and slaughtered all the Godhunter leaders. Then, he asked me to come to the Fringe and healed the scars on my face. He said that it was you who asked me to come to the Fringe." Scarlet put on a bitter smile and shook her head in a self-deprecating manner. "That's not like you at all. You don't care about anyone. Why would you ask me to come to the Fringe? I guess I was just flattering myself." Scarlet's voice became so soft that it was almost inaudible. Han Hao suddenly felt rather odd when he heard that it was Han Shor's idea. A strange thought came to his mind and he thought, Father wouldn't be looking for a woman for me, would he? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, something in the depths of Han Hao's soul seemed to have been triggered. He looked at Scarlet up and down for a moment. His mind was in a mess and something in his cold heart seemed to have been magnified. I'm going back. You, take care of yourself. Scarlet felt extremely ashamed under Han Hao's strange gaze. It was as though her journey of thousands of miles had become a joke. She felt extremely uncomfortable and wanted to escape from this uncomfortable place as soon as possible. She wanted nothing more than to escape from Han Hao's gaze. Don't go. Suddenly, Han Hao, who had been silent for a long time, said in a gentle voice. Scarlet wore a startled face as though she did not know who Han Hao was. She stared at Han Hao with her round, starry eyes. The colors in her eyes became more and more vivid and her heart was beating faster than usual. What did you say? Scarlet stammered. She was flustered. I said, don't go, replied Han Hao as though he was not used to speaking in such a gentle manner. He felt very awkward and did not know what was wrong with him. You have never spoken to anyone in such a tone. Scarlet took a deep breath. Her voluptuous breasts jiggled and she exuded a soul-stirring beauty in an instant. Her eyes were as bright as the stars as she softly exclaimed, with those words of yours, it's worth it to bring all my men to the fringe. An inexplicable emotion was suddenly evoked in his heart. Han Hao did not know how to describe the feeling in his heart. He was a little flustered as though he did not dare to face this strange thing. After saying those gentle words, his face abruptly reverted to its unchanging coldness. He said, since you are here, you must listen to me. You must do whatever I tell you to do. He suddenly felt that this woman might not be easy to tame. Deep in his heart, he decided that he could not treat her like he treated his other subordinates. This feeling made Han Hao very uncomfortable. Therefore, he immediately expressed his attitude and wanted to prove that he still had the upper hand. Scarlet nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. She appeared very obedient. Her face bloomed with a dazzling radiance as she said softly, I will do whatever you tell me to do. Even if you want me to die, I will do it. Very good. Han Hao nodded satisfactorily and coldly said, come here, let me touch you. Scarlet's docile face instantly turned as red as the sunset. Her eyes were filled with incredulity. She asked in a trembling voice, What? Let me touch you. I don't know why, but I want to touch you. Han Hao scratched his head, puzzled. He didn't understand why he would have such a thought, which made him look puzzled. All right. Scarlet lowered her head and felt extremely embarrassed. She stole a glance at some of her subordinates in the distance, who were wearing strange expressions, and felt an urge to dig a hole and hide in it. She raised her head and looked at Han Hao's solemn face. She cursed in her heart and made up her mind. She took a deep breath, lowered her head, and walked towards Han Hao. Chapter 928. As the only female chieftain of the Ronson Canyon, Scarlet was a ruthless and merciless person. She had always been cruel and merciless to her enemies. But ever since she was rescued by Han Hao, she had always treated Han Hao in a special way. Not only did she not scheme against Han Hao, but she was also considerate of Han Hao. She didn't know why, but this youth that was cold to the point of being inhuman was like a deep and rapid whirlpool that unknowingly sucked her in. Along with the passage of time, not only was she unable to struggle free from this whirlpool, she instead fell deeper and deeper, gradually losing herself. If it were any other person who said let me touch you in front of so many of her subordinates, she would retaliate at all costs even if it meant her death. At the very least, she would retreat hatefully and find a way to kill that person in the future. However, when it was Han Hao who said those words, although Scarlet felt extremely humiliated, she did not fly into a rage. She even seemed to have forgotten that there were many of her subordinates around her. For some reason, she walked up to Han Hao. Scarlet lowered her head and blushed. She did not dare to look at Han Hao. Despite being an ambitious and ruthless person in the Ronson Canyon, she suddenly turned into a shy and timid woman. She was restless and did not utter a word in front of Han Hao. Han Hao's demonic eyes were filled with bewilderment. The strange thoughts that came from the depths of his heart left him at a loss. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. Why would he suddenly have so many strange and chaotic thoughts? After staring blankly for a long while, Han Hao became hesitant. He did not know if he should act on the thoughts in his heart and carry out the thoughts that he had never had before. Why aren't you moving? Scarlet, who had been waiting quietly with a blushing face, put on a bashful face. But after waiting for a long time and seeing that Han Hao was not moving at all, Scarlet became even more nervous than Han Hao. She was so embarrassed that she could not help but speak first. "Oh!" Han Hao softly exclaimed, as though Scarlet's words had strengthened his resolve. He stretched out his hand and very slowly and awkwardly caressed Scarlet's blushing cheeks. He then pressed his palm on the corner of her mouth and the bridge of her nose where there used to be two hideous scars. A very strange feeling suddenly rose from the bottom of Han Hao's heart. It was a strange feeling that came abruptly and fiercely, something he had never experienced before. Scarlet's subordinates, who had followed Scarlet all the way from the Ronson Grand Canyon, stared incredulously at the insufferably ruthless leader standing in front of them. They were all dumbstruck. Could it be that she brought us all the way to the fringe just to let Han Hao touch her? What's going on? Scarlet's subordinates were all dumbfounded. They felt as though they were going to collapse when they saw the inviolable demoness who had led them to various dominions for so many years come to them and willingly let Han Hao caress her. Is this still the leader we are familiar with? Scarlet shuddered the moment Han Hao's palm touched her cheeks. She felt as though she was sitting on pins and needles when she felt the coldness of Han Hao's palm. She wanted to pull her cheeks away, but an inexplicable force held her back. She stood as still as a rock and allowed Han Hao's palm to caress her pitilessly beautiful cheeks. At this moment, Scarlet seemed to have forgotten that she was surrounded by her subordinates who had followed her for many years. She seemed to have forgotten how strange she looked as a successful woman. She stood rooted to the spot with panic and a tinge of joy in her heart. Gradually, Han Hao's palm was no longer satisfied with caressing her cheeks. The bewildered Han Hao slowly moved his palm down from Scarlet's slender, fair neck to the mysterious region on her chest. Scarlet's body shuddered violently and the redness on her neck became even more intense. She was shocked. Is he going to do that in front of everyone? Scarlet's delicate body shuddered even more violently. She could no longer maintain her pretense of calmness. She abruptly raised her head and looked at Han Hao. Han Hao was at a loss. He frowned slightly and seemed to be deep in thought. Scarlet could not find any trace of indecency on his face. On the contrary, Han Hao's eyes were clear and pure. It was as though he was not touching a beautiful woman but a weapon or a piece of clothing. He was exploring but not humiliating. What is he trying to do? Scarlet was puzzled. She had no idea what Han Hao was trying to do. No matter how hard a normal man tried to conceal his facial expression, it was impossible for him not to have any desire. However, Han Hao had obviously broken this rule. He was not wearing any disgusting expression at all. While Scarlet's imagination was running wild, Han Hao slowly moved his palm downwards and gently placed it on top of Scarlet's perky breasts. Ah! One of Scarlet's subordinates, who was watching from afar, could not control his astonishment and let out an unpleasant cry. Scarlet did not dare to think any further. She suddenly retreated hastily out of embarrassment and escaped from Han Hao's demonic palm that was pressing on her breasts. Scarlet gasped for air. Her breasts heaved up and down like an earthquake, outlining the breathtaking curves of her breasts. Han Hao, how could you? Scarlet did not know what to say as she looked at Han Hao, who was staring at his palm in a daze. She stammered and blushed. Strange. Han Hao muttered to himself as he looked at the right hand that was caressing Scarlet's chest. Just now, when he placed his hand on Scarlet's chest, he suddenly felt a strong urge. It was as though a dreadful beast had broken his cold and calm demeanor. Before he could fully appreciate the feeling, Scarlet hastily pulled herself away from him. Han Hao was taken aback for a moment. He suddenly heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. He seemed to be trying to get rid of the strange feeling that had suddenly arisen in his heart. He shot a glance at Scarlet, who was blushing nervously, and said expressionlessly, "Well, that's all for today. We will try again next time." Scarlet was greatly embarrassed. She stole a glance at her subordinates, who had lost their wits. She clenched her teeth in anger. Bastard, how could you do this in front of so many people? Why couldn't you have chosen a quiet place with no one around? Are you trying to humiliate me? I'm so angry, have you seen enough? Get lost, all of you. Scarlet vented her anger on her subordinates with a cold glint in her eyes. Yes, yes, sir. Scarlet's subordinates, who had been dumbfounded a moment ago, scattered like birds and beasts and disappeared in an instant. When only Scarlet and Han Hao were left, Scarlet took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. She looked at Han Hao and asked, What do you want? Han Hao was taken aback. The coldness that he had just regained collapsed again. For some reason, Han Hao felt that he could no longer maintain his absolute coldness in front of Scarlet. After thinking for a moment, Han Hao did not know what he wanted to do. He pondered for a moment and said with a frown, I haven't decided yet. Haven't decided yet? Scarlet was infuriated by Han Hao. How dare you say that you haven't decided yet when you have groped me in front of so many people? No matter how strong Scarlet was in front of others, she was still a woman after all. Naturally, she could not say such words out loud. She clenched her teeth and asked resentfully, Then tell me, am I your woman now? Yes. Han Hao answered without the slightest hesitation. Scarlet was overjoyed. She thought, that's more than enough. But before Scarlet could celebrate, Han Hao quickly added, Now that you have come to the fringe, you are my woman just like Polo and the others. You will have to listen to me from now on. Also, reorganize your men and train them again when we return, just like Polo. Scarlet had apparently heard of Polo. She became anxious and hastily said, How can we be the same? Polo is a man and I'm a woman. Besides, you just now. It's all the same. Han Hao put on a straight face and coldly said, We are all my subordinates. There's no difference. Upon hearing those words, Scarlet finally flew into a rage and shouted, Han Hao, what are you trying to do? How can you do this to me? You better make it clear to me that I, Scarlet, am not a nobody. If you treat me like a subordinate like Polo, I will never forgive you. Han Hao suddenly felt a little weak when he saw Scarlet losing her composure. He felt as though he had done something wrong. But after thinking for a moment, he could not figure out what he had done wrong. Han Hao knitted his brows and pondered for a moment. Then, he suddenly realized what he had done wrong. When he was dealing with Polo, he could coldly and mercilessly give orders. He would never have such strange and disordered thoughts like what he had just done. Yes, you're a little different, Han Hao muttered after staring blankly for a moment. He seemed to have figured it out and said, That's right. You are different from Polo and the others. You are a woman, my woman. What about Polo? He's a man, my man. Han Hao was baffled. Scarlet did not know whether to laugh or cry when she saw Han Hao mumbling nonsense to himself. She snapped, How can Polo be your man? You. How can you be like this? You are such a mess. Suddenly, Scarlet recalled something that Han Shuro had once told her. Han Hao has never been intimate with a woman. He has been cultivating and living in an inhuman place. He knows nothing about certain things. Suddenly, Scarlet seemed to have understood something. She pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, Han Hao, do you know what love is? Han Hao looked at Scarlet in bewilderment. He shook his head and replied, I don't know. I have never seen or heard of it. All of a sudden, Scarlet understood everything. It turned out that Han Hao wasn't being insensitive, nor was he bullying her. This guy didn't know anything at all. What he did just now was merely an instinctive action. Perhaps he did not even know what he was doing. Scarlet felt as though she had picked up a treasure. She looked at Han Hao's bewildered expression and found it pleasing to the eye. It was inconceivable that this handsome, callous, and powerful young man had never experienced love between a man and a woman. No wonder. Scarlet shook her head and forced a smile. She was overjoyed and had forgotten everything that Han Shuro had just done. She made up her mind that she would hold on to this rare treasure and forever imprint her image in that blockhead of his. Oh no. Scarlet was about to grab hold of Han Hao and tell him everything she knew when Han Hao's expression suddenly changed. He said in a cold and stern voice, "Take your men and leave this place immediately. Head to the fringe." "What's wrong?" Scarlet panicked. She realized that something was amiss. "It's Dagmar. He's here. I've seen him before. I recognize his aura." Han Hao wore a solemn face and said to Scarlet, "Leave this place immediately. I'll stall him." "The commander of the Death Dominion?" "It's him." Scarlet was shocked. She said anxiously, "Why don't you leave?" "I'll stay and stall him." "You won't be able to stall him for even a second." Han Hao's face was ice cold. He said impatiently, "Listen to me and leave this place immediately." "Don't worry, I'll be fine. He can't kill me." Scarlet stared at Han Hao for 3 seconds and nodded firmly. She shouted, "All right, I'll leave now. Remember to come back alive to see me." Having said that, Scarlet immediately left without looking back. When she reached the periphery, she shouted, "Everyone, follow me. We're leaving this place at once." Scarlet's subordinates did not know what was going on. They were puzzled and quickly followed behind Scarlet. Han Hao remained where he was. He held the 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand and silently waited for Dagmar's arrival. 10 minutes later, the white bone throne suddenly descended. Dagmar was seated on it. Dagmar's target was Han Hao alone. He did not do anything to stop Scarlet from leaving. "We meet again, Han Hao." Dagmar sat at the center of the white bone throne and looked down at Han Hao. The eyes under the mask were filled with a playful glint. He looked at Han Hao, who looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and asked with a sinister smile, "What? Do you still want to fight me?" "Commander," Han Hao looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "Han Hao, I've always treated you well. Why did you betray me and get involved with Brian?" Dagmar stretched out his hands that were locked in his long sleeves. His skin was pale and bloodless, and his nails were as sharp as iron hooks. Dagmar, who was looking down from above, extended his hands toward Han Hao. The energy of death gradually gathered on his fingers and formed wisps of gray smoke. Han Hao raised his head. His eyes were ice-cold and emotionless. There was not a trace of the previous confusion in them. He said calmly, "I'm sorry, but you don't have the strength to make me willingly submit to you." Dagmar sneered and said disdainfully, "You think that Brian has it? What can he bring you? Don't forget that you are a god hunter. You and I are the same. The God Hunter Alliance is where you belong. No matter when, your identity is a shackle that will bind you for the rest of your life. There is no way you can change that." Han Hao nodded and said, "That's right. I can't change my identity as a god hunter, but I can change my identity and position in the God Hunter Alliance." Pointing his bone spear at Dagmar, Han Hao coldly shouted, "Commander, you can't kill me. There will come a day when I will surpass the God Hunter Alliance and become the leader of all God Hunters." Shameless boasting. Dagmar let out a cold snort. His bone throne suddenly pressed down, and an earth-shattering death energy came crashing down like a mountain. His hands, which were emitting gray smoke, suddenly danced, and gray rays shot out from the sky, producing a sizzling sound in the air. Han Hao, it took me tens of thousands of years to become a hegemon of the God Hunter Alliance. What makes you think you can do that? You want to become the leader of all God Hunters? What a fool's dream. Today, I will take back everything I have given you." Dagmar no longer held back. His throne of bones shot out bone spears at Han Hao. "Everything that I have has nothing to do with you. All you have given me is the position of the leader of the God Hunter Alliance. It's not even worth mentioning." An evil light flashed across Han Hao's purple demon eye. The 7 bone spears on his back abruptly shot out. Instead of attacking Dagmar, they pierced into 7 different directions around him. 7 different energies suddenly emanated from the 7 bone spears. Shrill howls of vile souls could be heard coming from the 7 bone spears. It was unknown how many vile souls were imprisoned in the 7 bone spears. At this moment, the energy of death was mixed with an energy that Dagmar was not familiar with. It gave off astonishing energy undulations. At the same time, Han Hao's chest suddenly bulged out. The gravestone he obtained from the netherworld flew out and instantly enlarged into a towering tombstone in front of him. The complex and strange inscriptions on the gravestone suddenly came to life and flew out from the gravestone. Tens of thousands of inscriptions revolved around the gravestone like strange life forms, resonating with the souls imprisoned in the 7 bone spikes. With Han Hao at the center, all the element of death within a radius of 100 miles was sucked into the gravestone. Even Dagmar, who was an over-god, felt the element of death around him vanish in an instant. The element of death attached to his attacks became chaotic, making him feel as though he was losing control of it. Han Hao roared as he stared coldly at Dagmar, who was sitting on the bone throne with the 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand. All of a sudden, the towering gravestone emitted a powerful energy ripple. This energy ripple directly affected Dagmar's cultivation of death energy. Dagmar suddenly felt the death energy in his body leak out and flow towards the gravestone that was constantly emitting strange ripples. What is this? Dagmar was aghast. He stared at the gravestone in disbelief. Perhaps it was because it had absorbed the element of death within a radius of 100 miles, but the gravestone, which was already dozens of meters tall, had suddenly grown in size. It now towered between heaven and earth like a lofty mountain. The enlarged gravestone had many inscriptions on it. Beneath the inscriptions were all kinds of white bones. Traces of the energy of death flowed across the surface of the gravestone like tiny streams. They looked just like the veins in a human's body. It was incomparably mysterious and bizarre. The divine energy of death in Dagmar's body was being drawn by the gravestone below him, causing it to flow uncontrollably towards the gravestone. The mountainous gravestone seemed to be able to not only affect the element of death, but also all those who cultivated in the element of death. Aghast, Dagmar was filled with fear. He immediately stopped attacking Han Hao and concentrated all of his divine energy into his body. He did his best to stop the divine energy from flowing out of his body. After all, Dagmar was an over-god. When he stabilized his divine soul, he gave up on attacking Han Hao and focused all of his divine energy on resisting the energy of death within the gravestone. He finally managed to slow down the divine energy in his body and stop it from flowing towards the gravestone below him. Impossible. This can't be possible. Dagmar panted heavily. His only exposed eyes were filled with panic. He lost his composure and said, "You're not an over-god yet. There's no way you can possess such terrifying power. Just who are you?" At this moment, Han Hao was standing at the top of the gravestone. Countless white bones were overflowing with a grey mist that shrouded his entire body. The energy of death that flowed like a trickle had submerged him. At this moment, it was as though he had become a part of the gravestone. "Dagmar, you cultivate the energy of death. Even if your realm is higher than mine, you can't kill me." Han Hao's voice came from the gravestone. "Anyone who cultivates the energy of death will be affected by this gravestone. No one is an exception. I believe that apart from the overgod of death who possesses a true quintessence and cultivates the same type of energy of death, no one can kill me." What is that thing?" Dagmar was shocked. He believed Han Hao's words almost immediately because the energy on the gravestone had explained everything. "I don't know either," Han Hao said softly after a moment of silence. After a pause, Han Hao continued, "I still can't control its power to my heart's content. Dagmar, when I'm able to unleash its full power, only death awaits you." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge vortex of death formed in the center of the 7 bone spurs that Han Hao had stabbed into the gravestone. As the vortex of death gradually rose, the mountain-like gravestone disappeared bit by bit. When the vortex of death had submerged the gravestone, a violent gust of wind blew over and the vortex of death disappeared without a trace. The gravestone, the 7 bone spurs, and Han Hao that had just stood there suddenly disappeared. Dagmar stared at the ground that had returned to its original state in a daze. His mouth felt extremely dry. After a while, he shook his head and muttered to himself, no wonder he's unwilling to be under someone else. So he's already this powerful. Chapter 929. At the same time in the abyss of death, inside a stone chamber filled with the element of death within a towering mountain, a blurry silhouette suddenly awoke from his slumber. He looked at Han Hao's direction and muttered, "Who could it be?" As he spoke, the element of death that was as dense as water overflowed from his mouth and converged in the stone chamber. Others who cultivated in the elemental energy of death had to absorb an endless stream of elemental energy to strengthen themselves. But this person seemed to have broken the shackles and no longer needed the elemental energy that filled the world. Not only that, but with every word he uttered, the element of death would flow out of his body. It was as though he was a source of energy that constantly released the element of death. It was as though the element of death that God's cultivating in the elemental energy of death on all material planes came from this person. It seems that I'll have to make a trip to the space dominion, the person muttered. Then, as though he had blended into the element of death in the chamber, he gradually disappeared without a trace. In the dominion of destiny, at the center of the shrine of the goddess, Angelina was bored to death as she looked at the expressionless goddess of destiny. She said coquettishly, "Mother, I want to go out and have some fun. I want to see Brian. I know he's in the fringe, and he's very close to here." The goddess of destiny squinted her eyes. She no longer had the divine might and terrifying aura that she had when she first arrived in the dominion of darkness. Instead, she looked like an ordinary kind mother. She gently said to Angelina, "Not now. Wait a little longer. I will arrange for you to meet him when the time comes." "Why?" Angelina chewed on the energy crystal like it was a snack. She pouted and hummed softly. The goddess of destiny stretched out her hand and stroked Angelina's soft long hair. She smiled and said, "There are some things that you can't know for now. But that Brian is an important character. Haha, he shouldn't be here, but his existence will change the fate of many. He's no different." "Why do you always say that he shouldn't be here?" Although Profound Continent is a low-level material plane, many people have come from low-level material planes and many of them have made great achievement. Angelina was puzzled. The goddess of destiny chuckled softly and indifferently said, "He's not from Profound Continent, and his real name isn't Brian. You will learn about this in the future. His existence is an opportunity for all of us, and it is also a key. One day in the future, perhaps Mother will have something to ask of him." Andrina was stunned and asked curiously, "You guys? 12 sovereigns?" Nodding with a smile, the goddess of destiny said, "Don't ask so much. I promise you that when the time is right, I will tell you everything you need to know." It was at this moment that the goddess of destiny seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes were like stars in the vast starry sky as she looked towards the direction where the little skull, Han Hao, and Dagmar were fighting. Her expression changed as she murmured, "Why would a quintessence shard appear? It's of the element of death. That guy must have sensed it and will probably come over. What's wrong, Mother?" Angelina asked curiously when she saw her in a trance. "Nothing." The goddess of destiny smiled and stood up. She said to Angelina, "I will be leaving for a while and should be back soon. Angelina, promise me that you won't be naughty for the time being. Just stay here, all right?" "Of course, I won't be leaving this place," Angelina promised obediently. Nodding, the goddess of destiny moved closer to Angelina and kissed her on the cheek before vanishing into thin air. Han Hao disappeared in an instant. Dagmar looked at the area that had returned to its original state and was lost in thought for a moment before leaving as well. 3 days later, Dagmar appeared at the mouth of a volcano near the fringe. The hegemons of darkness and destruction, Daka and Asa, were already waiting there as promised. Seeing Dagmar's bone throne appear at the mouth of the volcano, Daka, who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, furrowed his brow and asked, "Dagmar, what's wrong? You don't look too good. Could it be that you couldn't even take care of that troublemaking brat yourself?" Asa also found it strange and said in a deep voice, "Dagmar, that brat came from your dominion of death. You can't possibly be reluctant to kill him, right? No matter how talented he is, he's still our enemy. If we allow him to continue causing trouble at the borders of the other dominions, we will definitely be hunted down by the other dominions when our main forces arrive. When that happens, our operation will be forced to stop. Dagmar, if you can't do it, I'll help you deal with him. We can't let a brat from the dominion of death like you hold up our plan for so long." Daka snorted coldly, clearly displeased. The masked Dagmar glanced at the two and said, "I did, but I wasn't able to kill him. Not only did I fail to kill him, but I also lost quite a bit of my divine energy. That brat is really strange. He wields some kind of divine artifact that seems to be able to suppress me." Daka and Asa's expressions changed when they heard that. They looked at Dagmar in disbelief. Daka said solemnly, "Dagmar, are you sure you're not mistaken? That brat isn't even an overgod. No matter how powerful of a divine artifact he wields, he definitely isn't a match for you. What's going on?" Asa was also shocked and looked at Dagmar in confusion. It was a tombstone. There were complicated and abstruse words on it. The tombstone contained an extremely mysterious energy of death. Dagmar recalled the scene from 3 days ago and told them everything that had happened to him in detail. He didn't even miss out on his own comprehension of the gravestone. He was as detailed as he could be. After he finished, Asa, the hegemon of the Darkness Dominion, wore a look of shock while Daka seemed to be deep in thought. After a long moment of silence, Daka suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and exclaimed, "It's the quintessence shard." Dagmar and Asa shuddered, their eyes filled with disbelief. Dagmar's voice trembled as he murmured, Yes, I should have known. Only that thing could release such power. Even I couldn't resist it." Suddenly, Dagmar's eyes shone with greed. He grabbed Daka and Asa and barked, "Help me get the quintessence shard and I'll let you have anything you want. I'll agree to any condition you have." Daka and Asa glanced at each other and released Dagmar's hands. Daka said solemnly, "Legend has it that the quintessence shard only exists in Eternia. It's said that Eternia was sealed when the creator deities went missing. How could there be a quintessence shard outside?" Asa's voice was heavy as well. Although the quintessence shard is not a true quintessence, and although it does not contain the most original power, as a vessel used to hold quintessence, it contains the purest essence of power. Once the overgod of that quintessence dies, the god who holds the quintessence shard will naturally become the new master of the quintessence as long as he reaches the level of overgod. This item is of great importance. Once it appears, the overgod with the quintessence shard will retrieve it at all costs and kill its owner. That's why the overgods with the quintessence shard never dare to reveal themselves. Who knows how far away they are from their overgod realm? How did that guy get the quintessence shard? Dagmar slowly calmed down from the narration of the two. He smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know? If he didn't use that item to suppress me, I would have killed him 3 days ago. It's no wonder his strength improved so quickly. If I knew he had such an item, I would have killed him back in the Dominion of Death. Sigh, now that he's matured, no other god of death on Elysium other than the true master of the Dominion of Death can kill him." After a pause, Dagmar continued, "That's why I'm begging the two of you to help me. That item is only useful to me. Once I obtain it, I promise to search for quintessence shards of darkness and destruction for you. What do you think? We're allies, so it's only natural that we help each other," Daka agreed insincerely. "As long as you can pinpoint that guy's location again, Asa and I will naturally do our best to help you." Asa nodded silently, but only he knew whether it was true or not. Dagmar had seen all kinds of people in the Dominion of Death for many years. He could tell from the two's words that they wouldn't help him out of sincerity. However, the temptation of the quintessence shard was too great. Dagmar could only hope to obtain it if he begged the two of them for help. So, he kept thinking about what he could use to convince them. All right, Dagmar. Let's discuss how we're going to attack the fringe. That kid is definitely in the fringe. When the fringe is breached, he'll definitely appear." Daka knew that the quintessence shard was a sore spot in Dagmar's heart. There was nothing more important to him than the quintessence shard. So, he could only focus on that. "All right, I understand. I'll gather all the forces at my disposal. As long as that kid appears in the fringe, I'll do whatever it takes to get that item." Dagmar took a deep breath and started thinking about gathering all his subordinates who didn't cultivate in the Edict of Death to see if they could kill Han Hao, who wasn't even an overgod yet. Dagmar even thought of Salas, wondering what kind of conditions he would have to make in order for Salas to help him. A quintessence shard completely messed up Dagmar's state of mind. Chapter 930. The place where Han Hao and Dagmar fought. A few days later, the goddess of destiny arrived. After waiting here for a few days, a faint shadow appeared in the void. As soon as the shadow appeared, the element of death in this place became many times denser than the element of death in Tanai. The goddess of destiny looked indifferent. She glanced at the shadow and said softly, "Nestet, you're here." The faint shadow of the overgod of death Nestet slowly became clear and turned into a handsome young man with a feminine temperament. Walking to the front of the goddess of destiny, the element of death on Nestet's body overflowed between heaven and earth like wisps of light smoke. He nodded with a smile and said, "Omelie, you're closer and you cultivate the edict of destiny. Do you know who owns that quintessence shard? Where is it?" Omelie smiled and said, "You know the characteristics of the quintessence shard. As long as the owner doesn't use it, he can avoid your search. Furthermore, not only would you not be able to sense its existence, the person holding it would be able to sense your aura instead. And I can't get any information about him. The existence of this thing is simply a hidden threat to those of us who own the overgod's quintessence." Nestet raised his eyebrows. He looked somewhat vexed. "This is the arrangement of the creator deities. We can't change it. The existence of the quintessence shard is to give others a hope to replace us. After all, anyone who stays in the same position for a long time will gradually change. The creator deities scattered the quintessence shard to warn us that our position will not remain unchanged forever," Omelie said softly with a calm face. Nestet nodded and said, "I will find that person. I won't allow anyone who holds the quintessence shard of death to survive." Omelie smiled. She didn't continue to express her opinion on this issue because she knew that if she found someone who held the quintessence shard of the Edict of Destiny, she would also destroy that person at all costs and eliminate the possibility of that person possessing the quintessence to ensure that she would not have to worry about her overgod position. After pondering for a moment, Omelie suddenly asked, "I heard that the city lord of your Witherbone city, Hill, has mysteriously disappeared, right?" Nestet frowned and looked deeply at Omelie. He snorted and said, "If you hadn't warned me, I would have killed that kid long ago. Not only me, but that guy from the Darkness Dominion won't let him go either. He killed 2 city lords in the Darkness Dominion and caused chaos in the Dominion." After a pause, Nestet said again, "Omelie, is that guy really the key to reopening Eternia? Eternia can't be opened without him?" "Yes, Eternia cannot be opened without him. As long as it's the power of this universe, it won't be able to open Eternia." Alphalee nodded and reminded Nestor, "That's why he can't die. As long as he is strong enough to fulfill our request and complete the mission of reopening Eternia, I will have no objection to what you want to do with him. Omelie, I'm afraid that we are raising a tiger in our bosom. That kid is making rapid progress. He is cultivating the energy left behind by that person. I'm afraid that one day, we won't be able to suppress him." Nestor let out a soft sigh. Perhaps it was because he thought of the person he mentioned, but there was a hint of fear on his face. "Don't worry. It's impossible for him to reach the heights of that person. His existence is only a key to opening Eternia. Once his mission is completed, I will leave him be," Omelie reassured. She paused for a moment and said, "The fringe will soon be plunged into chaos. Keep an eye out for it. 10,000 years have passed and it's time to clean up the fringe. Make use of this opportunity to purge the fringe, this malignant tumor that is the fringe, once again." Nestet nodded and said with a gentle smile, "I've made the arrangements. When the Dominion of Light and Life comes, don't worry about me. I can't be bothered with the affairs of you people. As long as you don't involve the entire Elysium, do whatever you want." Omelie looked at Nestet in annoyance and calmly said, "Tell that guy from the Darkness Dominion that he is not to be touched before Eternia is opened." "All right, I've said what I need to say. You know what to do. I'm going back." Upon finishing those words, Omelie's figure gradually melted into the air and disappeared with a gentle breeze. Nestet did not leave immediately. He used the element of death emanating from his body to slowly scout out the surroundings. After concealing his energy, he became an ordinary god cultivating in the energy of death and became inconspicuous. After a few months of travel, Hanhao returned to the fringe. After leaving Dagmar's place, Hanhao had been issuing orders to all his godhunter subordinates to return to the fringe. Since Dagmar had appeared, it meant that the main forces of the Godhunter Alliance would be arriving soon. They had done what they could and spread the news. There was no longer any need to stay there. In addition, through the gravestone in his body, Han Shoror sensed the aura of the overgod of death, Nestet. Compared to the god hunters, Nestet posed a much greater threat. Although Han Shoror did not know the true purpose of the gravestone, he could sense how terrifying that person was through it. Back when he was in the Death Dominion, Han Hao had been staying in the Ronson Canyon at the border of the Death Dominion because he was wary of that terrifying being. In the Death Dominion, even Hill and the others who had obtained Nestet's mark could not sense Nestet's aura or location. However, Han Hao could roughly sense Nestet's location through the gravestone. In the Death Dominion, although Han Hao was a troublemaker, he would use the ability of the gravestone to sense Nestet to avoid him and try his best to keep a safe distance from him. Han Hao did not know that Nestet would not be able to sense his location unless he used it. He just instinctively felt that the further away he was from Nestet, the safer he would be. Not long after Han Hao arrived at the fringe, he found Scarlet, who had arrived ahead of him. When Scarlet saw Han Hao suddenly appearing before her, she was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. If it weren't for the fact that she was surrounded by her subordinates, she might have thrown herself into Han Hao's embrace. For some unknown reason, when Han Hao saw Scarlet's overjoyed and excited face, he felt as though he was facing his family members, Han Shoror and the 5 elite zombies. "Come, let's return and prepare for war," Han Hao nodded and said in an indifferent tone. "I'm glad that you are all right." "Han Hao, have you met Dagmar?" asked Scarlet after she calmed down from her excitement. "Yes, I have," Han Hao frankly admitted. From his point of view, there was nothing to hide. You really met Dagmar?" Scarlet was startled and she cried out, "Then how did you come back unscathed?" "Dagmar is the hegemon of all god hunters in our Death Dominion. His power, he cultivates in the energy of death. He can't kill me." Han Shoror bunched his brows. As he did not fully understand the function of the gravestone, he did not explain it to Scarlet. Scarlet put on a puzzled face as though she could not understand why Dagmar couldn't kill Han Hao even though he cultivated in the energy of death. However, when she saw that Han Hao did not seem to want to continue the topic, she did not ask any more questions. Ever since Scarlet learned that Han Hao knew nothing about love, she was as excited as if she had picked up a treasure. She thought that she must seize every opportunity to enlighten this blockhead. For the next few days, Scarlet tried her best to tempt Han Hao. She often drove her subordinates far away and patiently talked to Han Hao about the meaning of love and affection. She tried to impart her knowledge of love to Han Hao. However, Scarlet gradually discovered that Han Hao was not a person who would listen to others' explanations. It seemed that everything he knew about the world was based on his own experience. He did not believe in what others said at all. Han Hao did not respond to Scarlet's indoctrination and remained silent throughout the journey. Even when Scarlet made some of her suggestions very explicit, Han Hao merely bunched his brows and did not express his opinion. Scarlet began to feel anxious. One day, the two of them appeared on a mountain range in the fringe that was covered in lush greenery. The white clouds were like cotton, and the weather was beautiful. A faint fragrance lingered in their nostrils, making them feel relaxed and happy. They couldn't help but indulge in some romantic fantasies. "Han Hao, I have told you so much. Did you even listen to me? Did you understand me?" asked Scarlet softly as she stood among the flowers. Han Hao shook his head and replied indifferently, "I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not interested in knowing. In my opinion, everything has to be explored in order to know the truth. I only abide by my inner feelings and feelings. I will not define things that I have not touched or come into contact with because of other people's words." Scarlet was speechless. She looked at Han Hao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After a moment of hesitation, Scarlet asked, "What do you mean by exploring and coming into contact with something?" "Just like that day, exploring with my hands and feeling with my heart." Han Hao shot a strange glance at Scarlet as though he thought that Scarlet's question was very idiotic. Scarlet's face blushed and her heart beat faster when she heard Han Hao mention that day. She stole a glance at the serious-looking Han Hao and cursed inwardly, This scoundrel actually has such thoughts. What should I do then? Don't tell me that I should let go of everything and let him explore my body as he pleased like that day? Your mind is in a mess. That's not good. It will affect your state of mind and make you unable to concentrate during a battle. I will never be in a mess. Han Hao furrowed his brows and reprimanded. Scarlet's heart was filled with resentment after hearing Han Hao's words. She thought for a moment and said angrily, I don't believe that you can always keep your mind as tranquil as still water. Having said that, Scarlet made up her mind and walked towards Han Hao with a blushing face. Han Hao was about to say that his mind was as tranquil as still water when he suddenly felt something in his heart. The gravestone in his heart seemed to have been triggered and went out of his control. Scarlet hated Han Hao's actions and thought, I don't believe that I can't break your mind as tranquil as still water. With that thought in mind, Scarlet became even more determined and walked towards Han Hao regardless of her shame. At this moment, Han Hao's brows were deeply furrowed. His purple demon's eyes were glistening as if he was pondering something. It was as if he didn't notice her initiative at all. Even his gaze didn't seem to be focused on her. Scarlet was infuriated. She snorted and said in a low voice, I don't believe that you have no feelings at all. Scarlet suddenly reached out and threw herself into Han Hao's arms. She hugged Han Hao tightly and pressed her towering breasts against Han Hao's chest. Not only that, but Scarlet also stretched out her hands to feel around Han Hao's back. She especially touched the 7 bone spurs on his back. It's really connected to his bones. Scarlet couldn't help but exclaim when her small hands touched that place. She had always thought that the 7 bone spurs on Han Hao's back were not really connected to Han Hao's body. In her eyes, the 7 bone spurs were just one of Han Hao's weapons that were usually stored in a compartment on his back. But now that she touched the base of the bone spurs, she discovered that they were connected to the flesh on Han Hao's back. They were clearly a part of his body. Scarlet was extremely surprised. Her small hands continued to feel around Han Hao's back. Her plump body was tightly glued to Han Hao's body. She was trembling slightly and challenging some of Han Hao's nerves. I don't believe that you won't have any reaction, Scarlet thought to herself. She stole a glance at Han Hao. Suddenly, Scarlet's expression changed. She cried out in alarm, Han Hao, what's wrong with you? The gravestone slowly emerged from Han Hao's chest. A strange energy emanated from Han Hao's body and sent Scarlet flying. One after another, seemingly alive inscriptions floated out of the gravestone and danced around Han Hao's body. The element of death in the surroundings seemed to be fatally attracted to Han Hao's body. Han Hao was at a loss. His brows were still tightly knitted as he looked at the inscriptions on the gravestone with a strange expression. After a while, Han Hao slowly stretched out his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out to grab the gravestone that had emerged from his body. He rubbed his finger against the inscriptions on the gravestone. All of a sudden, the mysterious inscriptions that had flown out of the gravestone and circled around Han Hao's body suddenly drilled into his mind through his eyes. Han Hao's body trembled. He immediately closed his eyes and stood motionless as if he had been petrified. Chapter 931. All the inscriptions on the tombstone gushed into Han Hao's mind in an instant. He was dumbstruck and lifeless like a boulder. The gravestone that emerged from his chest continued to gather the element of death energy as though it was trying to extract all the element of death in the fringe. The gravestone did not enlarge this time, but it radiated a ghastly white radiance. Tiny white bones could be seen clearly on the surface of the gravestone. Although some of the inscriptions had entered Han Hao's mind, the gravestone was densely packed with inscriptions. Under the illumination of the ghastly white radiance, the inscriptions looked like tiny worms wriggling on the surface of the gravestone and absorbing the element of death that was converging from all directions. Scarlet, who had been sent flying, was aghast. She looked at Han Hao in horror and did not know what to do. She tried to approach Han Hao and do something. But before she could get close to Han Hao, an invisible energy emanated from the gravestone and sent her flying again. That energy contained a trace of Han Hao's will and it didn't seem to be malicious. Otherwise, given Scarlet's cultivation base, she would have perished in an instant and wouldn't have survived. After a few more attempts, Scarlet gave up on approaching Han Hao. She stood at a distance and looked at Han Hao worriedly, hoping that he wouldn't be hurt by the tombstone that had appeared out of nowhere. Wisps of ghastly white radiance gradually seeped out of the gravestone and seeped into Han Hao's body like liquid. The motionless Han Hao was slowly enveloped by the ghastly white radiance. In an instant, Han Hao's clothes were blown away like ashes. He was completely naked in front of Scarlet. Han Hao's body, which was as pale as the radiance, gradually turned transparent. It was as though his body had turned into a piece of warm jade. Scarlet could even clearly see his meridians, organs, and skeleton. Wisps of pale light seeped into Han Hao's body through his pores, disappearing into his limbs and bones. A stream of the purest power of death was gradually released from Han Hao's body, while Han Hao himself looked like a corpse that had been dead for millions of years, without a single trace of vitality. Scarlet slowly realized that the deathly pale halo on the gravestone did not seem to be hostile to Han Hao. It was like a kind of medicine that nourished his body. Scarlet was relieved. She gazed at Han Hao in a daze and wondered what kind of divine weapon the gravestone on Han Hao's chest was and why it possessed such miraculous power. Time passed quickly. After an unknown amount of time, the gravestone that floated out of Han Hao's chest suddenly shrank and disappeared. At the same time, the death element that was surging toward them stopped, and everything returned to normal. After a while, Han Hao exhaled softly and slowly opened his eyes. The dense inscriptions on the gravestone flashed across his pupils, and he returned to normal. Han Hao furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, So this thing is called a quintessence fragment. Han Hao, are you all right? Scarlet cried out in alarm when she sensed that the energy that had shrouded Han Hao had disappeared. She hastily rushed to his side and reached out to touch Han Hao's chest. She wanted to know what was going on with the gravestone. Han Hao shook his head. His previously dazed eyes regained their usual calmness and clarity. He shot a glance at the slightly panicked Scarlet and softly said, I'm all right. I just learned something. My body and soul have undergone some good changes. What happened? Scarlet turned pale with fright when she heard that even Han Hao's soul had undergone some changes. It's nothing. Han Hao did not explain. He lowered his head to look at his naked body and pushed Scarlet away. He then took out a pure black battle robe from his space ring and unhurriedly put it on. It was only then that Scarlet realized that Han Hao was still naked. She stole another glance at Han Hao's naked body and blushed again. Tui. Scarlet turned her head away after giving a light snort. After putting on the new clothes, Han Hao seemed to have forgotten what he had said to Scarlet. He indifferently said, Come, let's go back. At the border between the Space Dominion and the Fringe, the overgod of death, Nestet, who was still searching for the bearer of the quintessence fragment, turned his gaze toward the Fringe from the top of a lofty mountain. He muttered to himself, who could it be in the Fringe? That sovereign. The bearer of the quintessence fragment must be at least an overgod. Now that I know the location, it will be easy to search for the bearer. The overgod of death, who had concealed his energy, immediately headed for the Fringe. The Fringe, the bone-burying cave. Logue, a cultivator of the energy of death, was receiving the leaders of the various factions who had surrendered to him. Suddenly, Logue's expression changed. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Han Hao. My lord, what's going on? One of Logue's subordinates couldn't help but ask when he saw the strange expression on Logue's face. Logue rose to his feet and stared fixedly at the area where Han Hao was. His face was filled with undisguised fear. After a long while, Logue forced a smile and said, Impossible, absolutely impossible. The overgod of death shouldn't have come to the Fringe. But who else but the overgod of death could possess that terrifying origin energy? My lord, what's wrong with my lord? Asked the subordinate again when he saw that Logue was mumbling to himself. That's all for today. We will proceed according to the current plan. I'm going out for a while. Roger didn't answer. He just gave the order and left the bone-burying cave without caring about the doubts and astonishment of these people. The pandemonium. After half a year of recuperation, those members of the Han family who had obtained Han Shoro's crystal balls had benefited tremendously. During this period of time, the pandemonium consumed the most divine essences. Metal Elite Zombie and the Han family had spent more than half of the divine essences they had collected from the various dominions over the years. Every member of the Han family who had obtained the crystal balls began to absorb the energy from the divine essences to condense their own divine energy. Every once in a while, someone would make a breakthrough. As divine essences were extremely expensive, even the Han family and Metal Elite Zombie didn't have many of them. Naturally, they were starting to run short. Emily, Statholm, and the others were able to obtain crystal balls that contained divine souls of various energies from Han Shoror. Naturally, the 5 elite zombies had obtained the same from Han Hao. The core members of the Han family weren't too many, but they weren't too few either. As more and more of them cultivated in the same energy, the divine essences they had were getting fewer and fewer. This was especially true for the Death and Darkness crystal balls. They had been depleted 2 months ago. As a result, those in the Pandemonium had fallen into an awkward situation. Although they had reached the required realm with the crystal balls, they didn't have enough divine energy to support them in breaking through to the next realm. Even though they could use divine energy to break through to the next realm, they were stuck in the same realm and couldn't advance any further. Gradually, they started to get anxious. The condensation of divine energy wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. It was a process that required time and effort. Although the elemental energies in the Pandemonium were many times denser than in other places, it was still too slow for the members of the Han family who had reached such a realm. Without divine essences, it would take them decades, or even centuries, to break through to the next realm by relying on the accumulation of divine energy in the Pandemonium. In the past, this period of time didn't seem to be a long time because no amount of divine energy would be of any use if one's realm wasn't high enough. But now that they had reached the required realm and could break through to the next realm with divine energy, they suddenly felt that a few decades had become a lot more difficult to bear. None of the core members of the Han family were god hunters. But those who joined the Han family, such as some of Goran's subordinates, were god hunters. The impatient members of the Han family started to ask those people questions from time to time. Driven by the benefits they could reap, Han Hao's 2 avatars finally broke through to the late-stage high god realm. One day, Han Hao, who was cultivating in the underground of the Pandemonium, finally managed to make his 2 avatars break through to the late-stage high god realm with the help of the 2 late-stage high god souls and the divine energy he had devoured. As his consciousness was incredibly powerful, he was able to digest the enormous amount of memories from the 2 late-stage high god souls. As a person who could control his heart's desires, Han Hao didn't have to worry about being unable to control his greed as a god hunter. Therefore, from time to time, he would go out and secretly attack other gods who cultivated in the same energy as him, seizing their divine energy to strengthen himself. After half a year, his 2 avatars had broken through to the late-stage high god realm. His progress was clearly 100 times faster than that of the members of the Han family. Statholm, gather all the members of the Han family. I have something to say, Han Shoror instructed Statholm. Han Shoror didn't rush to stabilize his new realm, nor did he test the new domain of divinity that his 2 avatars had fused. After both of his avatars had broken through to the new realm, Han Shoror immediately gave Statholm an order. Soon, all the members of the Han family in the Pandemonium, including Emily, Phoebe, Statholm, Mike, and the others, gathered before him. I know you are all impatient. Some of you even want to become god hunters, said Han Shoror. With Han Shoror's consciousness covering the entire Pandemonium, none of their actions could escape Han Shoror's notice. After scanning through Mike, Gilbert, and the others, Han Shoror said in a deep voice, once you start, you will never be able to stop it. In the long run, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Once you lose yourself, even if you become stronger in the future, you will lose your true nature. If you can't control your desires, you will only wallow in them and be unable to free yourselves. So, remember this, don't even think about it. Han Shoror knew that the devouring art was like a drug addiction. Very few people could control it. There was a special reason why he and Little Skull Han Hao were an exception. Master, then what should we do? As long as I have enough divine energy to support me, I can break through immediately, said Gilbert, who had always been straightforward with his words. Don't worry, I already have a plan, said Han Shoror confidently while glaring at Gilbert. Chapter 932. They couldn't directly devour divine energy for their own use, but Han Shoror had a way to collect and store the divine energy of others and use it to refine medicinal pellets that had similar effects to divine essences. With the divine energy contained in the pellets, they wouldn't have to worry about becoming god hunters. I will think of a way. In short, we can't be like those god hunters. Han Shoror had always been lenient towards them and wouldn't restrict their movements. But this time was different. It was rare for him to be so serious. Gilbert and the others had been hesitant to begin with. They knew that once they stepped into the god hunter's domain, it wouldn't be so easy to get out. When they heard that Han Shoror had a way to help them, they naturally wouldn't waste their time on god hunters. They nodded and promised that they wouldn't waste their time on god hunters. All right, you guys continue to study the soul memories in the crystal balls I gave you. First, understand their understanding of power Upanishads. For the time being, don't leave the pandemonium and don't pay attention to the outside world, Han Shoror nodded. Following Han Shoror's instructions, the crowd left one after another. These members of the House of Han understood that Han Shoror was doing this for their own good. After returning to their homes, they no longer thought about how to improve their divine energy. Instead, they focused on comprehending the energy contained in the crystal ball. When they returned to the surface, Han Shoror summoned Zovich and asked him about the recent happenings in the pandemonium. Tyre and Logue have been spending a lot of time together. The two of them have won over 70% of the leaders of the various factions in the fringe. Asura and Wasis took action too late. Other than the leaders of the various factions under their care, they didn't manage to gain much. 70% of the factions in the fringe have been won over by Tyre and Logue, 20% by Asura and Wasis, and the remaining 10% haven't decided whether to follow them or not. During this period of time, god hunters have been appearing at the borders of the dominions of space, fate, death, and lightning. They have been hunting down the gods passing through these dominions. It seems that the God Hunter Alliance is about to arrive. I wonder when they will attack the fringe. Zovich slowly reported the recent happenings in the fringe to Han Shoror. After that, Zovich was puzzled and asked Han Shoror, many leaders of various forces in the fringe have sent representatives to us to express their goodwill. Why didn't we accept them? The more power we have in the fringe, the more we'll be able to compete with the God Hunter Alliance in the future. Not only Zovich, but many in the fringe were also puzzled by Han Shoror's thoughts. Tyre, Logue, Wasis, and Asura had been competing openly and covertly for those people. They had even offered all kinds of conditions in hopes that they could gather more forces for their own use. Han Shoror was the only one who did not want to join Han Shoror's side. Many leaders of various factions who wanted to join Han Shoror's side were put in a very awkward situation. Their hopes were extinguished by Han Shoror. Han Shoror put on an enigmatic smile and said, "We, the Han family, don't need such forces to make up the numbers. Don't worry, I know what to do." Although Zovich was very puzzled by Han Shoror's words, he did not try to persuade Han Shoror otherwise. He knew that Han Shoror had his own reasons for doing so. As an executor of orders, all he had to do was to follow Han Shoror's instructions. "All right, you may go about your business." Han Shoror waved his hand and gestured for Zovich to continue handling the news from various sources. Half a month later, Little Skull Han Hao appeared in the underground palace that Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie had built for him. He was accompanied by Scarlet and her subordinates. Han Hao's God Hunter subordinates had long returned to the fringe from various regions. Some of them had already arrived at the fringe and were camped at the center of the mountain. Upon his return, Han Hao immediately summoned the leaders who had returned to the fringe and met with them at the center of the mountain. Spread the news. All the people scattered in the various regions are to return and gather in this place. Also, for the time being, stop attacking the other factions and restrain your desires. When this period is over, you will be able to continue satisfying your inner desires. Han Hao and the others began to issue orders. The leaders, led by Polo, nodded repeatedly and promised that they would restrain their subordinates for the time being. They knew very well that this was the time when all the forces in the fringe needed to unite. If they continued to target the smaller forces at this time, they would surely become the target of public condemnation and be condemned by the entire fringe. For the time being, I want all of you to focus on setting up this place. This place is very well hidden. As long as it is properly set up, we will not be in a passive position when the alliance comes. All right, the few of you, Make arrangements for your subordinates. No matter what kind of traps or barriers they are, as long as they can be set up, the more the better. Han Hao continued to instruct. After taking a short pause, Han Hao pointed at Scarlet, who was obediently listening to him, and introduced, "This is Scarlet, one of us. She will be a leader of a troop just like you." Polo and the others had long noticed Scarlet and sensed the unique aura of a god hunter from her. They knew that she must have been subdued by Han Hao. They did not say anything and nodded in acknowledgement. Scarlet looked at Han Hao in a daze. It was at this moment that she realized just how powerful Han Hao was. There were 3 god hunter leaders in the stone chamber who possessed late-stage high god strength like Polo. The others were also mid-stage high gods. The fact that Han Hao was able to subdue a late-stage high god was a testament to his strength and resourcefulness. Just by looking at those in the stone chamber, Scarlet could tell that Han Hao's strength was much greater than when he was at Ronson Canyon. Even though Han Shoror did not manage to kill those god hunter leaders in Ronson Canyon, they were no match for Han Hao. Scarlet found Han Hao to be extremely charming at that moment. She couldn't help but recall the moment when she hugged Han Hao a few days ago. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for her to let her imagination run wild. After issuing a series of orders, Han Hao shot a glance at Scarlet and noticed that her cheeks were blushing. She seemed a little absent-minded. Han Hao then turned to his subordinates and saw that they were staring at Scarlet with lustful eyes. Han Hao felt displeased for some reason, as though someone had snatched something that belonged to him. Back when Scarlet had 2 scars on her face, even the god hunter leaders of Ronson Canyon harbored ill intentions towards her. Now that she no longer had those hideous scars on her face, she exuded an irresistible charm. It was only natural that Polo and the others would covet her. As Han Hao had always been aloof and had never shown any interest in a woman to his subordinates, Polo and the others naturally assumed that Han Hao and Scarlet shared the same relationship as they did, that they were master and subordinate. That was why they dared to inspect Scarlet's body without restraint. Han Hao coldly groaned, shot an ice-cold glance at his impudent subordinates, pointed at Scarlet, and said to them, "She's mine. I will gouge out the eyes of anyone who dares to look at her like that again." Upon hearing those words, the lustful subordinates were aghast. They no longer dared to look at Scarlet. They knew that although this ruthless leader was young, he was ruthless and merciless. Moreover, he would never joke around. He would kill whoever he said he wanted to kill, and he would not hold back. Although they were frightened, they also felt that it was strange. After following Han Hao for so long, they had never seen Han Hao show any special interest in any woman. To them, Han Hao was a block of ice that did not have the emotions that a human being should have. They were all astonished by Han Hao's words. It was as though it was the first time they had met Han Hao. Their hearts were filled with puzzlement. Scarlet, who was just about to lash out at Polo and the others, became excited when she heard Han Hao's words. She felt as though her heart was filled with honey. She cast a bewitching glance at Han Hao and thought that he had finally come to his senses. How could he say such shameless words in front of so many people? "Oh, so you are the leader's woman. We have been rude." Polo smiled awkwardly and hastily bowed to Scarlet. He said, "My apologies. The leader has always kept a low profile. So, haha, my apologies." Polo, who had a close relationship with Han Hao, immediately apologized to Scarlet. Upon hearing Polo's words, Scarlet was no longer angry. She did not deny her relationship with Han Hao. She smiled and nodded. Then, she said in a tolerant tone, "Ignorance is not a crime. We are all on the same side. There is no need to be so calculative." Han Hao coldly glanced at Polo and groaned again. Then, in a rather impatient manner, he said, "All right, go and do what you need to do. Take advantage of the fact that the Alliance's people haven't arrived yet and guard this place tightly. It won't be long before we meet them. I don't want anyone to drag us down." "Yes, yes, yes." Polo was startled again. He stole a glance at Han Hao and thought to himself, "This little lord is really jealous. I have only spoken a few words with her and he wants me to leave." Cursing in his heart, Polo and the other leaders hurriedly left. After they were all gone, Han Hao brought Scarlet to the underground palace and said, "Let's go." I will bring you to the pandemonium. Chapter 933. In a vast training ground beneath the pandemonium, Sanguinar was wielding a broadsword that radiated blood-red radiance. He was fighting Bolans and Gilbert alone. Han Shoror sat to the side, quietly watching the battle between the three. Sanguinar's body was shrouded in a faint bloody mist. His skin looked as though it was stained with blood. His eyes glowed with a terrifying red light. Gilbert and Bolans attacked with all their might, but they were barely able to withstand Sanguinar's ferocious attacks. Sanguinar's body was the body of a Sanguinar, the most suitable for cultivating the Blood God mantra. Sanguinar had cultivated the Blood God mantra to an extremely profound level. Against Gilbert and Bolans's attacks, strands of blood-red radiance blossomed from the broadsword, forcing Gilbert and Bolans to keep retreating. Han Shoror had been silently observing the battle between the three. When Gilbert and Bolans had nowhere else to retreat, he waved his hand and formed a gigantic palm in the middle of the three, stopping their battle. Not bad. It seems that Sanguinar's understanding of the Blood God mantra has reached an extremely profound level. Han Shoror nodded. He glanced at Bolans, who looked somewhat dejected, and consoled him. The god-slaying devil path you cultivate requires you to kill constantly in order to progress. Your state of mind has reached the level of bloodlust, but it's still not enough. Bolans, sometimes you are too calm. That will make it difficult for you to go berserk in battle. You won't be able to go berserk all of a sudden. If you can smoothly reach the demonization realm in every battle, coupled with the god-slaying devil path that you cultivate, your strength will at least increase by several times. You need to work hard in this area. Putting away the flying sword, Bolans humbly bowed to Han Shoror and said, "Senior brother, how can I make myself lose my mind in battle?" First, make yourself crazy and lose your rationality. This requires the stimulation of the enemy. However, in this aspect, you can also try to grasp it yourself. You can think of some things that will make you go crazy. Imagine the enemy as the person you hate the most. Don't think too much when fighting, just have the thought of killing in your heart. Han Shoror thought for a moment and combined it with his experience when he was demonized to guide Bolans. Gilbert, a large part of the demonic arts you cultivate is to temper your soul. Additionally, your body is special. I forged it according to the forging methods of demonic artifacts. Aside from the power of darkness that you cultivate, you need to put more effort into these two aspects. Master, I've already reached the early high god level. The energy of darkness that I cultivate has gradually fused with that energy. However, I still feel that I'm not very proficient with it. Is there any way to better fuse the energy of darkness with it? Asked Gilbert dispiritedly. He was the weakest of the three and naturally, he wanted to improve himself as quickly as possible. I don't have much experience in fusing the energy of darkness with your body. You will have to rely on yourself, said Han Shoror. The demonic arts that Han Shoror cultivated were different from the other three. Unlike Sanguinar's Blood God mantra and Bolans's god-slaying devil way, Han Shoror cultivated in orthodox demonic arts. Even though his two avatars cultivated in the energy of death and destruction respectively, his main body was simply too powerful and repelled any energy of the side elements. The three energies were not on the same level. Therefore, it was 100 times more difficult for him to fuse them than it was for Gilbert. Han Shoror had only thought about fusing the two energies from this world but had no experience in fusing them with demonic arts. Master, why don't you give me an energy that specializes in cultivating demonic arts as well? I discovered that Sanguinar and Bolans made much faster progress than I did when they focused on cultivating a single energy. Perhaps, I can make even greater progress if I focus on cultivating a single energy, said Gilbert. There's no need for that. Han Shoror shook his head and said to Gilbert, you have cultivated the energy of darkness to the early high god level. It's not worth it to cripple all of it. Besides, there's nothing wrong with the path you are taking. You just haven't gotten the hang of it yet. Han Hao is just like you, cultivating in two energies at the same time. His progress is very fast. Han Hao will be here in a moment. You can ask him for advice in the future. He is more experienced in this aspect than I am. Perhaps, he can help you make breakthroughs faster. Upon hearing those words, Gilbert was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "So that fella is the same as me. It's been a long time since I last saw him. I wonder how he has changed." Gilbert had gotten acquainted with Little Skull Han How back on Profound Continent. Back in the Cemetery of Death in the Dark Forest, both Gilbert and Han How had followed Han Shoror to set up traps for others. After arriving on Elysium, Gilbert had heard too much about Han How. He had long wanted to see how Han How was doing. Sanguinar's eyes glinted with excitement when he heard that Han How would be arriving soon. He had been cultivating arduously all this time and felt that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He had long wanted to witness Han How's strength but never had the opportunity. Now that he heard that Han How would be coming, he immediately pleaded to Han Shoror, "Master, I want to have a match with Han How." "Haha, no problem. Only through actual combat can you quickly recognize your own shortcomings. He will be here soon. You don't have to worry about anything. Just attack him immediately. It doesn't matter if it's a sneak attack or not. With me here, there won't be any problems." Han Shoror wasn't worried at all. In fact, he was overjoyed. The underground palace that Earth and Metal elite zombies built for Han How and his god hunters was very far away from Pandemonium. Han Shoror and Han Shoror had a subtle soul connection that allowed them to clearly sense each other's presence within such a short distance. Han Shoror and his father knew that Earth Elite Zombie had opened a tunnel between the two underground palaces. Therefore, it was only natural that Han Shoror knew that Han How was coming. "Wonderful. I have been wanting to witness his strength for a long time." Sanguinar was overjoyed. He thought that Han Shoror wouldn't allow it. He had always felt that he was the strongest person after Han Shoror. Ever since he learned of the existence of his son, Han Shoror, he had always wanted to surpass Han Shoror in strength. However, time and time again, Sanguinar had proven that his opponent was extraordinary. This made Sanguinar even more excited. He had come to view Han How as his most powerful opponent. This was a rare opportunity and Sanguinar wasn't going to let it go easily. "He's almost there. Once he comes, you can go all out," Han Shoror said smilingly after glancing at the excited Sanguinar. "Sanguinar, don't hold back. Even someone like Polo has submitted to him. I believe that he is even stronger than you. You have to go all out to force him to show his strength." Bolan's eyes were also sparkling with excitement. He too was looking forward to the opportunity to witness Han How's strength. "Haha, Sanguinar, although Bolans and I are no match for you, that guy is very powerful. But that guy is very powerful, even more inhumane than you. This is really interesting. I want to see which one of you is more powerful." Gilbert laughed heartily. He and Bolans retreated to Han Shoror's side and looked at the entrance of the gymnasium excitedly. The group had all cultivated to a certain realm. In addition to the fact that Han How didn't conceal his footsteps or the faint killing intent on his body, they knew that Han How would be arriving soon. They couldn't wait any longer. "Master is inside," said Zovich softly after he brought Han How to the entrance of the gymnasium. Zovich was one of the few who knew about the relationship between Han How and Han Shoror. He had been in charge of exchanging information with Han How's underlings over the years. He knew better than anyone else that Han How had accomplished many astounding feats over the years. It could be said that in the Fringe, other than Han Shoror, Tyre, Logue, Asura, and Wasis, Han How was the most powerful individual in the Fringe. In some ways, the callous and merciless Han How was even more troublesome than Asura and Wasis. Therefore, even though Zovich and Han Shoror weren't father and son, he still treated Han How with respect. The Fringe was a place where the strong were revered. It was only natural for the strong to be respected by everyone here. Zovich was one of them and he was no exception to this rule. "Scarlet, stay outside for now," Han How instructed Scarlet while standing at the entrance of the gymnasium with his brows bunched. "Understood." Scarlet nodded meekly. She was rather nervous and her heart was pounding all the way to the gymnasium. She felt that Han Hao's actions seemed to be hinting at something and she didn't dare to meet her parent, Han Shoror. Given Han Hao's current strength, he could sense a faint energy targeting him in the gymnasium even before he got close to the gymnasium. With Han Hao's sensitive soul techniques, any so-called sneak attack would not work. Even though Sanguinar had carefully concealed his energy, His soul targeting Han Hao was still detected by Han Hao. In the gymnasium, Han Hao could sense the presence of his father, Han Shao. With Han Shao around, Han Hao believed that Han Hao was not an enemy and that he could handle the situation. However, as Scarlet was only an early-stage high god, Han Hao was afraid that she would be affected by the shockwaves. Therefore, he asked Scarlet to wait outside. As soon as Scarlet stood still, Han Hao no longer hesitated. The 3-meter-long bone spear suddenly appeared in his right palm. A chilling aura and killing intent faintly spread from the bone spear. Zovich, who was beside Han Hao, was startled. He shouted in puzzlement, "Young Master Han Hao, what's going on?" "Don't worry, it's just someone who wants to fight me. I'll be fine," explained Han Hao to Zovich before he finally stepped into the gymnasium. As soon as Han Hao stepped into the gymnasium, he was bombarded by blood-red rays that resembled blood-red daggers. The pungent smell of blood filled the entire gymnasium. Sanguinar with blood-red eyes swooped down from the sky and attacked Han Hao with his blood-red sword. Chapter 934. Sanguinar's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. When he attacked with all his might, the momentum was indeed shocking. Little Skull Han Hao did not panic when he saw that the sky was filled with bloody light and that a young man with blood-red eyes was descending from the sky with a murderous aura. He raised the bone spear in his hand, and a cold and evil force suddenly burst out from the bone spear, dispersing the bloody light in the sky in an instant. An evil light flashed in the purple demon eye, and a huge white bone cage suddenly formed. The ferocious bone cage was sharp and cold, blocking the direction where Sanguinar was descending from, waiting for Sanguinar to fall into the trap. Sanguinar was shocked. He finally realized how terrifying the strength of the cold-looking young man below him was. Not only did the young man easily break the bloody light condensed from his blood chi in his body, but he also had the leisure to use the white bone cage formed by the force of death to block him. Sanguinar, who was already attacking with all his strength, seemed to have all his potential in the face of a powerful opponent like Han Hao. His blood-red eyes even overflowed with 2 faint traces of scarlet blood. Not only that, his cheeks also looked like they were overloaded with blood. At a glance, it looked like they were dripping with blood, and he looked extremely evil. This was a sign that the blood god mantra had been activated to the extreme. Han Shao, who was watching from the side, suddenly frowned when he saw the strange expression on Sanguinar's face. He was secretly on guard, ready to attack at the critical moment. As soon as the strange expression on his face appeared, the terrifying blood chi on Sanguinar's body condensed into a substance. The bloody mist that filled the sky gathered into a bloody palm, and suddenly pressed on the white bone cage formed by Little Skull Han Hao with the force of death in front of Sanguinar. Crack! The white bone cage exploded, and the bone fragments scattered like snowflakes. Han Hao seemed to be a little surprised. A strange light flashed in his purple demon eye as he stared at Sanguinar, whose aura had skyrocketed several times, and became a little excited. He could feel that the power that Sanguinar cultivated was very special, and definitely did not belong to the existing power system in this world. From Sanguinar, he could sense the evil chi that was unique to demonic cultivators. The curious Han Hao finally felt that after Sanguinar had activated all the potential in his body, Sanguinar could finally fight him. With a shake of the bone spear in his hand, a series of ghostly wails and wolf-like howls rang out from within, as if there were thousands of living beings struggling. The white bone spear instantly turned ink-gray, and hideous faces appeared on the bone spear. These evil spirits were bound by the bone spear, and at this moment, they were all violently writhing, as if they wanted to break free from the eternal bondage of the bone spear. Go! The bone spear shot up into the sky with a terrifying howl. The tip of the bone spear glowed with a gloomy black light. The vile souls imprisoned in the bone spear condensed into a huge mouth filled with fangs and ferociously bit at Sanguis. Gilbert, watch carefully, and feel the power that Han Hao is exerting on the bone cage. Han Shao shouted, reminding Gilbert, who was staring at Sanguinar with excitement. Gilbert was shocked, and only then did he realize that the power that Little Skull Han Hao was cultivating was what he should be learning. He immediately focused his attention, and focused his soul on the bone cage that Little Skull had taken out. Looking at it, Gilbert's face was filled with shock because he could feel the existence of thousands of evil souls on the bone spikes. Those evil souls carried bloodthirst, hatred, endless despair, and unwillingness. These powers gathered together with the death energy, forming an extremely special and terrifying new power. Gilbert's soul had only sensed a little bit, but he already had a bad feeling that his soul was about to be sucked in. Damn it, this guy's weapon is already so terrifying. This time, Sanguinar is going to be in big trouble. Gilbert was shocked. As soon as the thought popped up in Gilbert's mind, the bone cage with thousands of evil souls opened its mouth and swallowed Sanguinar, who was caught off guard. In a blink of an eye, Sanguinar had disappeared, and there was only a deformed bone cage in the sky above the training field. The bone spur was like a huge earthworm, constantly wriggling its body. One by one, evil spirits emerged from it, rolling around in the cold yin qi. Gilbert, Bolans, and the others could clearly see that Sanguinar had been swallowed by the bone cage, because there were still rays of bloody light flashing inside the cage. It was obvious that Sanguinar had not lost his ability to fight back. The rays of bloody light showed that he was still struggling violently, trying to escape from Han Hao's bone cage. However, it was obvious that Han Hao's power was far stronger than Sanguinar's. No matter how hard Sanguinar struggled, it seemed to be useless. The thousands of evil souls on the cage did not have a physical body or blood, so they were not affected by the blood energy in Sanguinar's body. They entangled Sanguinar, making it impossible for him to escape. Gradually, Sanguinar's power seemed to be exhausted, and the bone cage that had turned into a monster no longer flashed with bloody light. It was only then that the little skull, Han Hao, stretched out his hand, curled his index finger, and made a strange gesture. Then, he flicked it. The bone cage, which was still wriggling, shot Sanguinar out like a cannonball. After landing on the ground, Sanguinar was in a sorry state, and the red light in his eyes was gone. It seemed that he had used up more than half of his power inside, and could no longer pose any threat to Han Hao. From the beginning to the end, Han Hao did not attack wildly like Sanguinar. Instead, he stood still, and used the bone cage that was as one to easily take down Sanguinar, who had activated the Blood God mantra to the extreme. It seemed that he had not used his full strength. At this point, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Sanguinar's breathing was uneven, and his face was slightly pale. He stared at Han Hao for a long time before he nodded and said in a deep voice, "I've lost." Han Hao, the little skull, shot a glance at Sanguinar, and said to Scarlet, "You may come in." After Scarlet cautiously entered the gymnasium, Han Hao said to Sanguinar with an indifferent face, "You are quite strong, and you have a strange ability to control blood. However, it is useless against me. I am different from an ordinary person. The blood in my body is only 1% of an ordinary person's, and unlike others, your power cannot affect me." Han Hao was originally a skeleton without a drop of blood in his body. Even though he had been refined by Han Shuor using a special method, his bones only contained a few drops of Han Shuor's blood essence. Later on, when Han Hao had grown to a certain stage, he used the blood essence that Han Shuor had left in his body as a foundation to refine some of his blood. The blood he refined contained part of his soul energy, and was enveloped by demonic yuan and the energy of death. Therefore, it was not affected by Sanguinar's Blood God mantra. Therefore, the Blood God mantra, which was effective against others, was not effective against a special life form like Little Skull, Han Hao. Moreover, Han Hao's strength was a level higher than Sanguinar's, so it was only natural that he would lose. After hearing Han Hao's words, Sanguinar felt a little better. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "I thought you used a special method to hide your blood, but it turns out that you don't have much blood at all. No wonder, I didn't lose unjustly. I'm really unlucky to be matched against you. Haha, Sanguinar, oh Sanguinar, this fellow isn't human in the first place. Your power can affect all living beings with blood in their bodies, but it definitely has no effect on him. You're really unlucky. Haha. Han Hao is your natural enemy, just accept your fate." Gilbert laughed heartily and walked up to Han Hao's side. He carefully looked at Han Hao for a while, and exclaimed while shaking his head, "Why are you so different from before?" Han Hao looked at Gilbert and nodded. His expression was no longer as cold as before, and he faintly said, "You're still the same as before. You haven't changed at all. Thank you for saving us last time. If it wasn't for Polo, The three of us would have been in a very difficult situation, Bollands suddenly said with a sincere expression. You're welcome, we're on the same side. Han Hao glanced at Bollands and casually replied. It seemed that he did not take the matter to heart. At this moment, Scarlet followed Han Hao to Han Shao. She bowed to Han Shao with a blushing face and thanked him sincerely. Thank you for healing the scars on my face and bringing me here. Han Shao immediately guessed that Scarlet must have known that he had used Han Hao's name to invite her to the fringe. However, Scarlet did not seem to blame him at all. Instead, she seemed to be very grateful to him. Han Shao nodded and said, Han Hao may be a little rusty in some aspects, but I think he needs some special stimulation to mature. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a complete person. Scarlet, do you understand what I mean? Scarlet was smart enough to know what Han Shao was referring to. She was secretly delighted. Scarlet hastily nodded and stole a glance at Han Hao. Then, she said in a low voice, I know, that's good. I'll have to trouble you in those aspects in the future. Han Shao chuckled contentedly. Then, he turned to Little Skull and asked, Why did you come to the Pandemonium? Scarlet, stay here for the time being. It's not safe over there. Little Skull thought for a moment before he said, Also, I have obtained a quintessence shard of death and I would like to discuss it with my father. I know that my father has spent a lot of effort to deploy layers of demonic formations in the Pandemonium. Only by studying the secrets of the quintessence shard in the Pandemonium can I ensure that my location will not be discovered by that fella. Han Shao was rather stunned to hear that. It was the first time he had heard about the quintessence shard. He immediately bunched his brows and asked, Tell me, what is a quintessence shard and how did you get it? Also, who are you worried about? In the gymnasium, Bollands, Sanguinar, Gilbert, and Scarlet were not strangers. Little Skull did not try to hide anything. He told Han Shao about the gravestone he obtained in the Netherworld and what he knew about it. When Little Skull finished, Han Shao was aghast. He solemnly said to Gilbert, Remember, you must not tell anyone about this. Han Shao knew that Gilbert loved to talk nonsense. Chapter 935. Gilbert was dumbfounded by Little Skull's words. After hearing Han Shao's words, he too realized the gravity of the situation. He immediately put on a serious face and promised, I won't tell anyone about it. The quintessence shard was a vessel that once contained the quintessence of an overgod. Everyone who heard about the quintessence shard was astounded. They were even more amazed when they heard about the miraculous uses of the quintessence shard. Their gazes towards Han Hao were filled with admiration and admiration. Sanguinar, Gilbert, Bollands, and the others had cultivated in the profound energy bestowed upon them by Han Shao. Although they were all astounded by the quintessence shard, they weren't that amazing. Scarlet, who was born and raised on Elysium, was even more astonished than the others when she heard about the quintessence shard for the first time. She looked at Han Hao with sparkling eyes. She had no idea how Han Hao came to possess so many miraculous secrets. In my opinion, the quintessence shard is the reason why the Netherworld is able to attract soul energies from all major material planes and has a much denser element of death than the one on Profound Continent, Han Shao said with a grave face. Based on what you've said, that person must be the overgod of death. Fortunately, he can't sense your presence when you're not using the quintessence shard. Otherwise, he would have come looking for you in Ronson Canyon, Han Shao said solemnly. Han Shao believed that if the overgod of death knew that the quintessence shard was in Han Hao's possession, he would come to kill Han Hao at all costs. He would either seize the quintessence shard or destroy it. He would never leave behind any hidden dangers. When I wasn't strong enough, I couldn't gather the element of death through the gravestone. I could only gain a deeper understanding of the energy of death through the inscriptions on the gravestone. Later on, when I became a high god, I could sense the presence of that person in the Death Dominion at all times through the gravestone. I instinctively felt that he was a threat to my life, so I didn't dare to use the gravestone. Last time, when I was at the border between the Space Dominion and the Fringe, Dagmar suddenly showed up and I had no choice but to unleash the power of the gravestone. It was then that I immediately discovered the presence of that person from the Death Dominion. This proved that my guess was correct. Little Skull, Han Hao, explained his understanding of the gravestone in detail. Let me check again to ensure that all the formations in Pandemonium are activated. Then, we will set them up in the gymnasium. When everything is ready, you will stay here and try to comprehend the usage of the quintessence shard. If you can really master the quintessence shard and fuse it with the demonic arts you cultivate, I believe that one day, you will be able to replace the overgod of death and seize the quintessence in his body, instructed Han Shor. After taking a short pause, he instructed Little Skeleton, Gilbert's cultivation is similar to yours. He is also walking the path of fusing the energy of this world with demonic arts. He doesn't have that much aptitude, so he won't be able to improve as quickly. You should give him some guidance first. I will come over when everything is ready. Han Hao nodded. He glanced at the excited Gilbert and said, "Ask me if you have any questions. As long as I know, I will tell you." Gilbert was overjoyed. He immediately went to Han Hao and explained to Han Hao some of the things he didn't understand about the fusion of the energy of darkness and the demonic yuan in his body, hoping that Han Hao would be able to help him. In this regard, Han Hao, the little skull, had indeed gone further than Gilbert. His fusion of the energy of death and the demonic yuan in his body had reached an extremely profound level. Han Hao had also encountered the same problems that had puzzled Gilbert. As a member of the Han family, he did not hide anything from Gilbert and explained his experiences in detail. Sanguinar, Bolans, and Scarlet also joined in. Although the three of them cultivated in different energy systems from Gilbert, there were still some similarities in their energy systems. Han Hao's explanation included some of his own understanding of demonic arts, which was beneficial to Sanguinar and Bolans. Therefore, they listened attentively. When Han Shoror saw that they were humbly listening to Little Skull's explanation, he smiled and left the gymnasium. In an instant, he arrived outside the Pandemonium. Han Shoror stood on the round platform carved with the image of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon and communicated with the Cauldron Spirit. Given the current defensive power of the Pandemonium, can it prevent the Overgods from spying on us? Not a problem, replied the Cauldron Spirit confidently. I mean, the Overgods who possess the quintessence, added Han Shoror after realizing that he did not make himself clear. The Cauldron Spirit suddenly turned silent. After a while, it replied, "You mean the Overgods who possess the most fundamental energy of this world?" "That's right," replied Han Shoror. "I'm afraid that I won't be able to withstand it by myself. But with your help, there shouldn't be a problem," replied the Cauldron Spirit after a moment of hesitation, giving Han Shoror the answer. "All right then. First, activate all the demonic formations in the Pandemonium. Then, we will join forces and apply our energies to the formations that prevent souls from probing. I will split a portion of my consciousness and energy to help you. Together, we will resist any soul probing." Han Shoror instructed Cauldron Spirit after thinking for a moment. After receiving Han Shoror's order, the Cauldron of Myriad Demon flew out of his body and slowly sank into the center of the Pandemonium, the round platform carved with its image. After seeing the Cauldron of Myriad Demon sink into the platform, Han Shoror also sat cross-legged on the ground. He connected a portion of his consciousness with the Cauldron of Myriad Demon and channeled the demonic yuan in his body into the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. At the same time, Han Shoror's avatar of destruction flew out of his main body and observed the mist around the Pandemonium that was gradually thickening. He sensed that his energy was gradually increasing and nodded. This avatar of destruction entered the underground palace and returned to the gymnasium where the Little Skull, Han Hao, and the others were. At this moment, the Little Skull, Han Hao, was wholeheartedly explaining his experience in fusing two types of energy under Gilbert's questioning. Other than Gilbert, Bolans, Sanguinar, and Scarlet were also listening attentively. They all had thoughtful expressions on their faces. It seemed that Little Skull, Han Hao, had gained some insights from his explanation. When Han Shoror saw that they were all very serious and focused, he didn't say anything to disturb them. He just stood outside and listened to Little Skeleton's explanation of the profound energies. Little Skull's cultivation path was different from Han Shoror's. As he had inherited a portion of his demonic arts memories from Han Shoror and his life form was different from Han Shoror's, he did not cultivate the most orthodox demonic arts like Han Shoror. However, Little Skeleton's unique life form seemed to have its own benefits. As he was originally an undead creature from the netherworld, he was blessed by nature in cultivating the energy of death. His rate of improvement was beyond the imagination of ordinary humans. At the same time, he did not stop cultivating his demonic arts. Due to the unique magnetic field of his life, the demonic arts he cultivated were much weaker than Han Shao. He was unable to unleash the full power of the demonic arts. If this continued, he would not be able to achieve much. Fortunately, Little Skull had extraordinary aptitude. He was able to fuse the energy of death and demonic arts and walked a unique path of his own. His strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he became the most powerful member of the Han family, second only to Han Shao. Gilbert looked excited as he listened to Han Shao's explanation. It was as though Han Shao had answered many of his questions. After a long while, Gilbert shouted, "Stop! Stop!" Under Han Hao's astonished gaze, Gilbert explained in a somewhat embarrassed manner, "What you have said is enough for me to understand. I'm afraid I won't be able to understand any more. My realm isn't high enough and I won't be able to understand what you are about to say. I might as well not listen for now and come back to you when my realm is high enough." Han Hao nodded and calmly replied, "All right." Han Shao, who had been listening by the door for a while, nodded in his mind. It was common knowledge to bite off more than one could chew. However, it was not easy to do so. It was not easy for Gilbert to recognize his own position in the face of so many temptations. This showed that he was much more mature than he was back on Profound Continent. "Sanguinar, Bollands, Gilbert, and Miss Scarlet, please stay outside the gymnasium and watch," instructed Han Shao. He used his consciousness to summon the 5 elite zombies. He then explained to Bollands and the others, Han Hao might not be able to control the quintessence shard when he studies it. Any additional energy or presence in the gymnasium could have a negative impact. Understood. Bollands nodded. He knew that staying in the gymnasium might affect Little Skull. He was the first to leave the gymnasium. Sanguinar and Gilbert did not hesitate. They followed behind Bollands and left the gymnasium. Scarlet was the only one who was worried about Han Hao. Ever since Han Hao told her what the gravestone on Han Hao's chest was, she was shocked and worried that an overgod might try to harm Han Hao. An overgod who possessed a quintessence was practically invincible on Elysium. Scarlet was afraid that something might happen to Little Skull. Little Skull bunched his brows when he saw that Scarlet was gazing at him longingly. An indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. When Little Skull sensed the special emotion gushing out from the depths of his heart, his voice turned gentle. He comforted Scarlet, "Father is here, everything will be fine. You may leave now." Scarlet couldn't stand Little Skull's occasional display of tenderness. She nodded meekly and said, "Be careful." Then, she quietly left. Not long after Scarlet left the gymnasium, the 5 elite zombies arrived. They happily greeted Little Skull. "The 5 of you, stand at the 5 corners of the gymnasium and deploy the penta-elemental undead formation. It will isolate all external forces from spying on us," Han Shao instructed the 5 elite zombies. After they took their positions, Han Shao said to Little Skull, "All right, you may take out the gravestone and try to comprehend the energy on it." Chapter 936. With Han Shao's body and the cauldron of myriad demon guarding the gymnasium, and the penta-elemental undead formation deployed by the 5 elite zombies, Han Shao believed that even if Little Skull were to unleash his gravestone, the overgod of death would not be able to detect the disturbance in the pandemonium. Suddenly, a chilly gust of wind blew across the pandemonium. Shadows that were hard to see with the naked eye darted around Tanai amidst the dense fog and gathered at the main entrances of the demonic formations. Strands of consciousness spread out and covered every corner of the pandemonium, forming a strange boundary that could only be sensed by one's soul, preventing any soul energy from peeking into the pandemonium. Under the power of the 5 elite zombies, 5 rays of light red, yellow, gold, white, and green danced in the gymnasium. The energy of the 5 elite zombies flooded the gymnasium and expelled all elemental energies from the gymnasium. In an instant, the gymnasium where the 5 elite zombies sat cross-legged at the 5 corners of the gymnasium became a new dimension. Bollands, Sanguinar, and Gilbert could clearly see what was happening in the gymnasium, but they felt as though they were far, far away. It was as though the gymnasium in front of them was no longer a part of Elysium, but a mirage in the water. The 5 elite zombies, Little Skeleton, and Han Shoror were clearly right next to them, but they couldn't sense the slightest aura from them. If they closed their eyes, they would find that there was nothing but a vast, misty emptiness in front of them. The energy of the 5 elite zombies has completely enveloped the gymnasium. They have broken the edict of space. At this moment, the gymnasium is like a small plane that has separated itself from Elysium. It looks like they're here, but it's no longer a part of Elysium. Even an over-god would find it difficult to sense what's going on inside, Bolans said in astonishment as he sensed the changes in the gymnasium. Sanguinar and Gilbert were aghast after hearing Bolans' words. They did not expect the formation formed by the 5 elite zombies to have such a miraculous effect. At the center of the 5 elite zombies, it was as though a new space had been created out of thin air. Perhaps only an over-god who had obtained the quintessence of the Edict of Space could achieve such a feat. Scarlet was even more astonished. Compared to Sanguinar, Bolans, and Han Shoror, she knew too little about the Han family and had no idea about the miraculous effects of demonic arts. For a moment, Scarlet was in a trance when she saw that the 5 elite zombies, who did not cultivate in the Edict of Space, seemed to be able to separate the gymnasium from Elysium. She could not tell if she was hallucinating or not. Sanguinar, Gilbert, and Scarlet, let's move back, cried Bolans before he hastily explained, since the gymnasium isn't stable at this moment, this doorway is the only connection between the gymnasium and Elysium. If Han Hao does anything that affects this space, we will be the first to be affected. If we are not careful, we might get sucked into a space-time rift and end up drifting to God knows where. Scarlet hastily retreated after hearing Bolans shout. Even Gilbert, who had always been bold, was drenched in cold sweat. He hastily stood beside Bolans, fearing that they would be affected by the unstable energy at the edge of the gymnasium. In the gymnasium, Han Shor's avatar of destruction carefully sensed the energies around him. After seeing that the 5 different energies of the 5 elite zombies were gradually fusing together, Han Shor felt that there should be no problem. He nodded at Little Skull and said, "It's done." Little Skull sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. His chest was throbbing. After a while, the quintessence tombstone flew out from his chest and hovered 1 meter in front of Little Skull. As soon as the tombstone appeared, the element of death that the 5 elite zombies had expelled from the gymnasium suddenly overflowed. There was no telling where the element of death came from, but it gushed into the space-time rift at the edge of the gymnasium and gathered at the tombstone at the center. This is bad. The energy of the tombstone is indeed extraordinary. It can actually absorb the element of death that is drifting between planes through the space-time rift, cried Han Shor. He instructed the 5 elite zombies, "Give it your all and seal up that space-time rift. Let the element of death gather into the tombstone. That fella will sense it." The 5 elite zombies also understood the gravity of the situation and unleashed the energies in their bodies. Rays of 5-colored radiance gathered above the gymnasium and fused with the colorful air masses. The penta-elemental undead formation's energy became even more concentrated and sealed up all possible space-time rifts. At the same time, Han Shoror, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the pandemonium, sensed the unusual flow of the element of death in the pandemonium. The element of death surged into the pandemonium through the cracks at the edge of the gymnasium at a speed beyond his imagination. Han Shoror's heart sank. His consciousness transformed into a thin membrane that blocked the entrance of the gymnasium. Tarnai's demon generals were drawn to the membrane by Han Shoror's consciousness. As soon as the tens of thousands of demon generals landed on the membrane, the formless membrane turned pitch black and enveloped the gymnasium from the outside. "It's senior brother's energy," exclaimed Bolans when he retreated to a safe distance and saw that the gymnasium was covered in a layer of black substance. Sanguinar and Gilbert had followed Han Shoror for many years. They too sensed Han Shoror's aura of life from the black substance. They were extremely astonished and stared at the black substance with widened eyes, trying to guess what was going on. At the same time, near a waterfall at the outermost edge of the fringe, Nestet's eyes suddenly glowed with a strange light as he gazed into the depths of the fringe. Nestet sensed a very familiar energy emanating from the depths of the fringe. He was certain that the owner of the quintessence shard had used it again. Nestet was about to head over to the owner of the quintessence shard. However, just as Nestet was about to move, he suddenly discovered that the familiar energy of death seemed to have been concealed by some kind of energy, causing him to lose his senses. Strange. What's going on? Why did it suddenly vanish? Nestet was rather puzzled. He knew better than anyone else about the mysteries of the quintessence shard of death. Once the quintessence shard was used, it would be impossible to conceal the origin energy contained within it. Nestet pondered for a moment with his brows bunched. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Based on his senses, he headed in the general direction. Once the quintessence shard was used, it would be impossible to conceal it with any ordinary energy. However, the energy used by Han Shoror and the Cauldron of Myriad Demon did not belong to this universe. Under the effect of the profound demonic arts, even the origin energy of the quintessence shard was temporarily concealed. This was also the reason why Nestet suddenly lost his senses of the quintessence shard. Millions of strands of consciousness and the energy of tens of thousands of demon generals converged to form a powerful defensive membrane around the gymnasium. The energy of the 5 elite zombies separated the gymnasium from the Elysium and finally concealed the energy of the quintessence shard in Little Skull's body. "All right, keep it up," shouted Han Shoror's avatar of destruction in the gymnasium. It was at this moment that Little Skull, who had nothing to worry about, let go of the secrets of the quintessence shard. The 7 bone spurs on his back lightly quivered. His purple demon eye glistened as he stared at the gravestone hovering before him. Faint, marvelous inscriptions started to appear in his pupils. All this time, as Little Skull had instinctively sensed the existence of a powerful threat, he had never tried to probe the secrets and energy of the gravestone with all his might. But this time was different. With Han Shoror and the 5 elite zombies watching over him, Little Skull knew that he could boldly give it a try. He wanted to see if he could fully grasp the energy of the gravestone and the mysteries of death. Strands of bizarre inscriptions floated out of his eyes and slowly seeped into the center of the gravestone. Gradually, the gravestone that was the size of a fist started to expand. In just a few moments, it had grown to 12 meters tall. The surface of the gravestone was covered with white bones. The bizarre inscriptions on the gravestone were slowly moving as though they were alive. Compared to the gigantic gravestone, Little Skull appeared extremely tiny. However, Little Skull did not panic at all. The 7 bone spurs on his back suddenly protruded and stuck themselves onto the enormous gravestone. Suddenly, the 7 bone spurs simultaneously let out earth-shattering wails and howls of despair. The 7 bone spurs were filled with the aura of endless hatred, despair, fear, screams, and madness. It was unknown just how many people Little Skull had killed over the years. In Little Skeleton's pupils, there were densely packed inscriptions swimming about. They reflected the gravestone in front of him and seemed to have formed some kind of mysterious connection. Crack, crack. Crack, crack. The gravestone was still expanding. The top of the gravestone was propping up the gymnasium. Terrifying noises could be heard from the gymnasium. It was as though the gymnasium would explode at any moment under the power of the gravestone. At this moment, the 5 elite zombies looked incomparably grave. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. It seemed that they had expended a great deal of energy. "Father, what do we do? Once the gymnasium bursts, this space will immediately collapse. Our connection with Elysium will be severed." Metal Elite Zombie transmitted to Han Shoror telepathically. Han Shoror understood what Metal Elite Zombie meant. Once the gymnasium was bursted by the gravestone, this space constructed by the combined efforts of the 5 elite zombies would explode. At that time, they would either be torn to shreds in the explosion or be sent to a distant galaxy by the force of the explosion. Nobody knew if they could return to Elysium. Han Shoror tried to communicate with Little Skull but discovered that Little Skull's soul had become entangled with the gravestone. It seemed that he was gradually fusing with the gravestone. During this process, Little Skull could not afford to be distracted in the slightest. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shoror said to the 5 elite zombies, "This is the most crucial moment for him. We must continue to hold on. Do not forcefully suppress the gravestone, lest it causes a chain reaction. All right. The 5 elite zombies immediately replied. It was already difficult for the 5 of them to maintain this space for such a long time. It was even more difficult under the pressure of the gravestone. If it weren't for Han Hao in the gymnasium, they would not have agreed to it without hesitation. Doing so would mean that they would be torn to shreds by the force of the explosion. Chapter 937. Under Han Shao's instructions, the 5 elite zombies continued to strenuously maintain the gymnasium so that it would not be forcefully destroyed by the power of the gravestone. As they were worried that they would trigger a chain reaction from Little Skull, the 5 elite zombies did not exert their energy on the gravestone. They did not stop the energy from the gravestone from affecting the gymnasium at all. Han Shao's consciousness, which carried the energy of demon generals, was attached to the edge of the gymnasium, strenuously preventing the slightest bit of the gravestone's energy from leaking out. Both the 5 elite zombies and Han Shao were in grave danger as the gravestone continued to expand. If the power of the gravestone were to break through the ceiling of the gymnasium, the energy maintaining the gymnasium would immediately become chaotic and cause the surrounding space to explode. At that time, not only would the 5 elite zombies be directly impacted by the collapse of the space, but Han Shao's consciousness would also suffer tremendous damage. It could be said that Han Shao and the 5 elite zombies had placed their lives in the hands of Little Skull. However, Little Skull, who was fully focused on fusing with the energy of the gravestone, did not seem to know how dangerous the situation was. All of his soul energy was entangled with the gravestone and he temporarily could not sense the urgency in Han Shao's heart. The inscriptions in his eyes were still flickering as he stared unblinkingly at the gravestone that was glowing with white radiance. Even though no external energy could enter the gymnasium, the gravestone continued to expand and maintain the stability of the gymnasium. Crack! Crack! The 5 elite zombies were sweating profusely as they tried their best not to be distracted. They exerted all their strength to resist the power of the gravestone. Han Shao's consciousness continued to divide and converge on the area where the tip of the gravestone was. The demon generals had no choice but to fill the area with their souls in order to prevent any energy from leaking out. Squeak! Squeak! Wisps of smoke rose from the surface of the gravestone. This meant that the demon generals had been annihilated one after another. Their soul energy had completely vanished from the world. The 5 elite zombies and Han Shao trembled in their hearts. They were deathly afraid that the power of the gravestone would suddenly increase, shatter the gymnasium, and kill all of them. While Han Shao's heart was filled with apprehension, the energy of the gravestone suddenly changed. The undulations of Little Skull's soul were clearly transmitted from the gravestone. It was as though the gravestone contained Little Skull's soul. It gave Han Shao and the 5 elite zombies a strange feeling. At the same time, the gravestone gradually withdrew its power and started to shrink. The 5 elite zombies and Han Shao simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. They understood that once the gravestone shrunk, the gymnasium would no longer have any problems. They no longer had to fear that the space they were maintaining would explode at any moment. The densely packed inscriptions on the constantly shrinking gravestone revolved around Little Skull. When the gravestone had shrunk to the size of Little Skull, it suddenly shattered like a mirror. The shattered pieces of the gravestone shrunk to the size of a fingernail and settled on Little Skull's body. The fragments of the gravestone penetrated Little Skull's body with bizarre energy and sank into his heart and abdomen. A sinister radiance flashed across Little Skull's eyes. As though he had suddenly awakened from a deep slumber, he started jumping around the gymnasium. Creak! Creak! Crack! 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 Crisp and clear noises came from Little Skull's body. It was as though his bones were being shattered. His body was as soft as cotton for one moment and abnormally straight for another. Bizarre inscriptions appeared on his skin and flesh. They looked like fishes occasionally leaping out of the water. It was an extremely bizarre sight. "Father, what's going on?" Metal Elite Zombie hastily asked Han Shao. "The energy of the gravestone has been dispersed. The fragments are constantly splitting and fusing with his bones. I can't be sure if this is Han Hao's own will or not, but I believe that this is beneficial to him." "There's no need to worry," Han Shao's avatar stared at Little Skull and explained in a deep voice. He could sense that the source energy of the gravestone had fused with Little Skull. The inscriptions were deeply imprinted on Little Skull's skin and flesh. Meanwhile, the fragments had drilled into Little Skull's bones and became one with them. After dancing for a while, Little Skull suddenly collapsed to the ground like a sponge. He remained silent and motionless. The active inscriptions on his skin and flesh no longer scurried about, as if they had also stopped following the little skeleton's silence. Only intermittent crisp sounds could be heard from within his body, causing one's scalp to tingle with numbness upon hearing them. Outside the gymnasium, Scarlet covered her mouth with a mournful face. Her tearful eyes gazed at Little Skull, who had collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the pain in Scarlet's heart was even deeper than the pain she had suffered years ago. She could not sense any aura in the gymnasium and therefore had no idea whether Little Skull's transformation was beneficial or not. Scarlet was not the only one who could not sense what was happening in the gymnasium. Even Bolans, Sanguinar, and Gilbert could only see with their eyes. From the outside, the gravestone had suddenly exploded and its fragments had pierced into Little Skull's body. Little Skull was writhing in pain until he could no longer withstand the power of the gravestone and collapsed to the ground. Since they could not sense that the gravestone had fused with Little Skull's bones and flesh, they naturally assumed that Little Skull had suffered a backlash from the gravestone and was on the verge of death. "No, don't." Scarlet tried to rush into the gymnasium with a mournful face. Bolans was startled and hastily stopped Scarlet. He said to Scarlet calmly, "What we see may not be the truth. Don't be rash. If you enter the gymnasium now, not only will you not be able to help Han Hao, but you will also be injured by my senior brother's energy." Gilbert and Sanguinar also hastily stood in front of Scarlet to prevent her from acting rashly. The two were not concerned about Scarlet's life or death, but they were worried that her actions would disrupt the stability of the gymnasium. Even the slightest mistake could lead to major changes. They did not want Han Shao to be harmed because of Scarlet's reckless actions. Is he already? Scarlet pointed at Little Skull in the gymnasium with a mournful face. Bolans was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that this woman would have such deep feelings for Han Hao. In his opinion, Han Hao, who was an absolutely callous being, should not have any affinity with a woman. Bolans found it very strange. Bolans shook his head and comforted her. "He will be fine. We can't sense the situation there and have no idea what's going on. Besides, with my senior brother here, even if something were to happen to Han Hao, his life would not be in danger. You can rest assured about that." Bolans was not bluffing. He knew that Gilbert's body had been reconstructed by Han Shao after his death. Back on Profound Continent, Han Shao was already able to resurrect Gilbert. Now that his strength had multiplied, saving Han Hao would not be a problem at all. "That's right. I died back on Profound Continent, but my master resurrected me with his mighty power. You can rest assured that Han Hao will be fine." Gilbert hastily comforted Scarlet with his own experience. "Don't worry. I have fought that fella before. His soul energy is unimaginably strong. I believe that even if his body is smashed to pieces, his soul will remain unscathed. As long as his soul survives, Master has ways to resurrect him." Sanguinar, who had fought against Little Skull, chimed in. Although Scarlet was still a little skeptical, she had gradually calmed down and stopped complaining about Han Hao's death. It was at this moment that they saw from their vantage point that Little Skull gently bent his fingers. At this moment, from their angle, they could clearly see the little skeleton's finger bend slightly. Like a chain reaction, Little Skull's wrists, arms, neck, waist, and even his entire body seemed to have regained his strength. He stood up abruptly and stretched his neck while stretching his arms and muscles with a curious look on his face. "Holy crap, this fella is really all right." Gilbert was about to continue consoling Scarlet when he suddenly noticed that Little Skeleton had stood up as though nothing had happened to him. Gilbert couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "That's right. I knew he wouldn't die so easily." Sanguinar was surprised for a moment before he mumbled to himself, "It seems that the quintessence shard has truly fused with him. His strength must have grown even stronger. This opponent is getting harder and harder to surpass." The 5 elite zombies in the gymnasium cheered with sincere smiles on their faces. Although they did not move their bodies, their mouths did not remain idle. "Are you all right, big brother?" "Haha, I knew you would be fine, big brother, you scared us to death. We thought that the gravestone would keep expanding. To be honest, I was really scared. If the power of the gravestone suddenly went out of control, we would all be doomed. Haha, big brother, did you really subdue that damned thing? How was it? Is it useful? It's amazing." The 5 elite zombies slowly withdrew the energy of the 5 elements that filled the gymnasium while greeting Little Skull. They seemed extremely excited and delighted. Little Skull looked at the genuine smiles on the 5 elite zombies' faces and knew that they were genuinely concerned about him. After hearing their words, Little Skull realized that the 5 elite zombies had nearly died for him. Little Skull's heart was filled with warmth. The lines on his face turned extremely gentle. He put on a rare smile and said, "I'm fine now. The quintessence shard has completely fused with me. Even if I use some of its energy now, that fella won't be able to sense my location." "Very good, my future overgod of death." Han Shor laughed heartily and said, "In this war in the fringe, I want you to finish off Logue for me." Little Skull pondered for a moment before he put on a faint smile and replied, "All right." Chapter 938. As the energy of the 5 elite zombies gradually dissipated from the gymnasium, Scarlet, Bolans, Sanguinar, and Gilbert could finally sense the presence of humans in front of them. When the energy of Han Shoror's soul dissipated, the 4 entered the gymnasium together. Gilbert and the others were congratulating Little Skull just like the 5 elite zombies. Scarlet was relieved to see that Little Skull had recovered. She quietly looked at him from the side. Han Shoror was very gratified. He was very proud of the little skeleton's achievements. He believed that as long as the little skeleton was given enough time, his achievements would not stop there. His future strength was something to look forward to. Outside the gymnasium, Han Shoror slowly stood up and put away the cauldron of myriad demon that was used to stabilize the formations in the pandemonium. Just as he was about to return to the underground palace to ask about Little Skull's condition, Han Shoror's gaze pierced through the layers of mist in the pandemonium and landed in the depths of the mountain range outside the pandemonium. There was a region deep in the mountain range where the energy of lightning was much denser than other regions. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it from such a distance. However, when Han Shoror retracted his consciousness from the gymnasium, he could clearly sense some changes in pandemonium and Tanai. The pandemonium had the ability to gather all the elements in the surroundings. Therefore, the elemental energy around the pandemonium would flow and converge towards the pandemonium from all directions. However, Han Shoror's consciousness sensed that not only was the energy of lightning not affected by the pandemonium, but it was also much denser than other regions. It was obvious that this was abnormal. With one thought, a wisp of Han Shoror's consciousness drifted out and stealthily infiltrated that area. When his consciousness arrived, Han Shoror clearly sensed that a powerful life form was lurking there. That aura was very familiar to him. It was Sala's. With a cold groan, Han Shoror's body flickered as he passed through the layers of mist in the pandemonium. Han Shoror knew the mountain ranges around the pandemonium like the back of his hand. He had also set up a few traps so that Han Shoror would be able to go anywhere he wanted without anyone knowing. Sala's, how dare you still peep in here? Today, I will make sure you never return. Han Shoror sneered in his mind. Back at the Misty Sea, his old enemy, Sala's, had participated in the ambush. Now, the God Hunter alliance that was about to arrive was also connected to Sala's. If Han Shoror could kill Sala's before the Great War, it would be a great boon to the Fringe. Now that Sala's had reappeared in the pandemonium, he must have the intention of dealing with the pandemonium. Since Han Shoror had inadvertently discovered him, Han Shoror naturally wouldn't allow Sala's to leave this place alive. Sala's, who was hiding in the dark, had released his divine soul to carefully observe the situation around the pandemonium. He knew that the pandemonium was full of hidden dangers and that Han Shoror was probably in the pandemonium. Therefore, Sala's was very cautious. Suddenly, Sala's felt as though a cold wind was blowing at his divine soul. Sala's was startled and immediately felt a strong sense of danger. He instinctively wanted to retract his divine soul. A wave of soul-shaking energy suddenly stabbed at Salas. In an instant, he felt as though his divine soul was being pierced by a cold light. The frigid energy nearly sealed his divine soul. Salas's god soul got hurt in just a blink of an eye. As he was flustered, he didn't think much and just retrieved his god soul into his god body. He hissed, "Who's there?" Hee. The cold laughter came from afar. It was so cold that it struck fear into one's heart. Salas's face jolted and he said in a deep voice, "It really is you." Surprisingly, this time, Salas didn't immediately retreat. Instead, he stayed where he was, as though he was waiting for Han Shor's arrival. "I didn't expect you to have the guts to come to the pandemonium." The sneer grew louder and louder. Han Shor's figure suddenly appeared in front of Salas in a streak of eerie light. He said in a mocking voice, "Salas, do you really think that I took advantage of you after your battle with Asura?" While ridiculing Salas, the demon generals in Han Shor's body spread out like tentacles to block Salas's path of retreat. Although Han Shor did not know why Salas didn't flee immediately, Han Shor wasn't going to hold back now that he had the opportunity to make Salas stay. As he spoke, demon generals flew out from Han Shor's body and filled up Salas's surroundings. Not a single one of those demon generals was a match for Salas, especially since Salas cultivated in the energy of lightning. Demon generals were a natural bane to Salas. Han Shor knew this, but he still released his demon generals. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to stop Salas with those demon generals. Han Shor only wanted to use those demon generals to alter the space around him so that Salas couldn't use teleportation scrolls to escape. With Han Shor around, Salas's lightning energy wouldn't be able to deal with the demon generals around him. "I know it wasn't luck. Even if I didn't fight Asura that time, I wouldn't be a match for you in a real battle." Salas looked at Han Shor and said in a solemn voice, "Back at the Misty Sea, I was even more certain that I wouldn't be a match for you." Han Shor was rather surprised to hear those words. He looked at Salas with puzzled eyes. Han Shor asked, "Then why did you come here alone?" Han Shor put on a smile and said mockingly, "Did you really come here to die? Brian, I didn't come here to make an enemy out of you," Salas said with a straight face. "Oh." Han Shor's interest was piqued. Since the area around Salas was affected by the demon general's energy, it would be impossible for him to leave easily. "I have destroyed your Empyrean peak and replaced your position in the Omphalos. You still don't want to make an enemy out of me?" Han Shor couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head in disbelief and said, "That's interesting. Then tell me, why did you come here?" "To work together," Salas replied in a deep voice. After thinking for a moment, as though fearing that Han Shor wouldn't believe him, he explained, "After all, I'm not a god hunter. There's no way I can truly communicate with them. Besides, those hegemons of the god hunters aren't reliable. I can't trust them. I know Tyre and Log very well. They are always scheming against others. If I were to find someone to work with, it wouldn't be them. What about Wasis and Asura? Those two have a decent reputation in the fringe. Why don't you look for them?" Han Shor asked curiously. "I have fought Wasis and Asura before. They can't even defeat me. How can I trust them?" Salas put on a disdainful face and groaned, "I, Salas, have lived in the fringe for many years. I have my own principles. I don't give a damn about those who can't defeat me." Han Shor was even more amused by those words. He put on a big smile and said, "All right then. Tell me, what do you want me to work with? What can you give me and what can I give you? I can give you all the information I know about the God Hunter Alliance. I can lead those God Hunters into your trap. As they aren't familiar with the fringe, they will naturally listen to me." Salas explained his value to Han Shor without the slightest hesitation. After taking a short pause, Salas took a deep breath, looked at Han Shor, and said, "I want to return to the fringe. After this war, there will surely be casualties in the fringe. It could be Tyre, Log, Wasis, Asura, or all of them. I just want you to help me and acknowledge my position." "That simple?" asked Han Shor. "That simple," affirmed Salas. "How can I trust you?" Han Shor pondered for a moment and looked at Salas with a gloomy face. If Salas was truly willing to help him, he would have a much greater chance of winning the war against the God-Hunter Alliance. He might even be able to change the power structure of the Fringe. However, he and Salas used to be enemies. He didn't know if Salas was telling the truth or if Salas would play a trick on him at a crucial moment. This matter was too important. A small mistake could change the entire war. Therefore, Han Shaw dared not be careless. I don't know either. But if you agree to work with me, I can immediately give you some important information. It can help you understand the situation better and even give you the upper hand. Salas seemed rather troubled. It seemed that he couldn't find a way to prove his sincerity. After all, he and Han Shaw were enemies. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shaw nodded and said, "All right, I'll work with you. Tell me what information you have." It was unknown if Salas really trusted Han Shaw, but he wasn't afraid that Han Shaw would go back on his word. He said in a deep voice, "Dagmar knows that Han Hao has a quintessence shard and is preparing to deal with Han Hao at all costs. He has brought all the experts from the Death Dominion here and has been plotting for a long time. Also, I've discovered that Tyre and Daka from the Destruction Dominion have some sort of connection. Tyre was well aware of the God-Hunters' movements back then, and Daka seems to have his own way of doing things in the Fringe. If he didn't have connections in the Fringe, he wouldn't have been able to know so much. I have my own reasons for believing that Tyre and Daka are related, but I haven't confirmed it yet, so I can't tell you for now. You just have to have an idea of what's going on. Don't you think that the two of them look rather similar?" Han Shaw was shocked. When he thought about it, he really did feel that Daka and Tyre looked rather similar. Not to mention that they both cultivated in the energy of destruction. After a moment of silence, Han Shaw said, "We can talk about it." Salas was delighted. He knew that Han Shaw's words meant that Han Shaw believed his sincerity. The two of them set up layers of barriers around them and held a secret discussion in this place. Only then did Salas sneak away in satisfaction. Chapter 939. ******* The Omphalos in the Fringe. Tyre, Logue, Asura, and Warses gathered in Tyre's sovereign shop to discuss the God-Hunter Alliance's invasion. As time went by, the four received news that the 12 hegemons of the God-Hunter Alliance had gathered outside the Fringe. The war could break out at any moment. The four sovereigns had also subdued the leaders of the major and minor factions and were secretly preparing for war. All the fiends in the Fringe had stopped fighting and killing each other. The wind spirits were lurking in the dark to gather information. "Asura, you have a good relationship with Brian. Do you know why he hasn't come?" Tyre's face was rather unsightly. He had sent messengers to the Pandemonium several times to invite Han Shaw over for a meeting but was rejected by Statholm with the excuse that his master was in seclusion. Now that they had received news that the God-Hunter Alliance was about to launch an attack, it was inexcusable that Han Shaw hadn't shown up. Asura shook his head and said, "I have also sent messengers to the Pandemonium. They received the same news as you did. It seems that Brian is at a critical juncture in his cultivation. In any case, the positions on his side have already been discussed. He should know what to do. Perhaps he has already arranged everything." "I hope so." Tyre groaned and said in a displeased tone, "If his side is defeated, the God-Hunters will march straight into the Omphalos. We cannot afford to be careless." "Right, Asura, you have a good relationship with Brian. I hope you can send someone to inform him that the God-Hunters will attack in the next few days. Tell him to mind his own business." "Sure." Asura did not continue to argue with Tyre at such a sensitive time and straightforwardly agreed. "I hope he can hold on. That fella has been acting like a tyrant recently. He should have some capital," Logue said with a sinister smile. No one knew what kind of filthy thoughts were going through his mind. His face was filled with malice and cunning. "Who are you? Can't you go in? Stop." Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from outside the Sovereign King shop. Tyre's face darkened with displeasure. This sovereign shop was under his name. Many people in Tanai knew that he, Logue, and the others were gathered here. Now that 4 of the strongest existences in the Fringe had gathered here, who would be so audacious to do so? "How dare you barge in?" Bang! A muffled sound came from outside the Sovereign King shop, and then everything returned to silence. Hehe, Tyre, someone actually dares to make a move on your territory. Interesting, interesting. Logue laughed strangely and teased. Warses and Asura were also puzzled. They had no idea who the intruder was. From their point of view, no matter who it was, no one should recklessly barge in at this time. After all, the 4 sovereigns were gathered here. No matter who it is, if they dare to break in, they will die. Tyre was so angry that he laughed. He sat there motionlessly, waiting for the person to enter. Although Tyre did not walk out of the fringe, with his powerful divine soul, he could sense that the intruder cultivated in the energy of death and that the intruder was only a mid-stage high god. Although experts of this level weren't everywhere in the fringe, they weren't rare either. As one of the strongest sovereigns in the fringe, Tyre obviously wouldn't put such an expert in his eyes. But in his heart, Tyre found it a little strange. Such an expert shouldn't have the guts to barge in. Especially when a late-stage high god of his was guarding the perimeter. No matter how he looked at it, the intruder shouldn't have the guts to barge in. While Tyre was secretly surprised, he was shocked. He suddenly found that the boundary he had set up had actually cracked open, and a figure had quietly drilled in. The intruder swept his eyes across the 4 people in the room before his gaze landed on Logue. He asked in an indifferent tone, "Are you Logue?" Logue stared blankly for a moment. He looked into the eyes of the intruder and suddenly felt that the divine energy of death in his body was rather strange. It had become extremely chaotic and out of his control. Logue was aghast when he sensed the abnormality in his body. He immediately nodded and said, "That's right, I am Logue." The intruder nodded and stared at Logue with his eyes. Intense, agile energy ripples immediately enveloped Logue. Logue's pupils instantly turned white. He stood motionless as though he had been petrified. "Who are you? What have you done to Logue?" shouted Tyre. He suddenly stood up and glared at the intruder. It seemed that he was ready to slaughter the intruder at any moment. Warses and Asura also stood up and surrounded the intruder. They planned to cooperate with Tyre. "You'd better not attack or I will slaughter all of you," said the intruder as though his soul was slowly peeking at Logue. The intruder's soul seemed to be slowly peeping into Logue's body. Yet, he still had the leisure to speak at such a time. Furthermore, he spoke in such an understated manner. It was as though Tyre, Warses, and Asura weren't sovereigns of the fringe, but ants that he could squish with a wave of his hand. Tyre thought that he had seen his fair share of arrogant and despotic characters, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as Han Shaw. Tyre was instantly enraged. His usual good temper was nowhere to be seen. He laughed maniacally and said, "Even if you are a hegemon of the God Hunter Alliance, you won't be able to come back alive today. Let's see how you kill us all." As soon as he finished those words, Tyre was about to attack. "Tyre, don't move." At this moment, Logue's eyes regained focus. His body shivered and he abruptly shouted. He looked at the stranger in front of him with a face full of fear. His voice was trembling as he said, Do you have any instructions?" Logue used the word sir and not you. Tyre was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Logue was the same person he had known for many years. Logue was famous in the fringe for being ruthless and vengeful. He had never used any honorifics or feared anyone. But at this moment, Logue was obviously terrified. He even spoke humbly, which was completely different from his usual demeanor. "Tyre, don't move," Logue repeated. Shortly after, he bowed to the intruder and asked, "How may I be of service to you? Apart from you, how many other experts of death are there in the fringe?" The intruder asked calmly with a faint smile. "Han Hao, Longchi, Hugh." Logue thought for a moment and respectfully reported the names he knew. "Where are they?" The intruder seemed to be very satisfied with Logue's attitude. He nodded and asked again. "I don't know where Han Hao is, but the others are." Logue bowed and quickly reported what he knew. Very good." The intruder didn't waste any more time. He turned around and left after Logue answered. He didn't even look at Tyre, Warses, and Asura who were dumbfounded. After the intruder left, Tyre looked at Logue solemnly and asked, "Who is he? Your father or grandfather? Why are you so respectful to him?" Logue took a deep breath and slumped on his seat. He first calmed himself down before he put on a bitter smile and said, I wouldn't have been so respectful to my father or grandfather. If he really was my father or grandfather, I wouldn't have ended up in the fringe. Who is he? Even the taciturn Wasis couldn't help but ask coldly. An over-god. Logue gasped for breath as though it took a lot of effort to say that word. He paused for a moment, as though fearing that Tyre and the others didn't know what was going on. He added with a bitter smile, it's obvious that he isn't a dabbler like me. When Tyre, Wasis, and Asura heard those words, their faces were filled with fear. They were drenched in cold sweat. No wonder. I should have guessed it. If it wasn't for him, why would you, Logue, wag your tail like that? Wasis nodded in astonishment. Fortunately, I listened to you and didn't attack. Tyre put on a bitter smile and shook his head. Otherwise, the fringe would have been razed to the ground before the God Hunter Alliance arrived. Why would he come to the fringe? What does he want? Asura was rather flustered. He mumbled, Could it be that those existences from the 12 dominions really want to destroy the fringe? How could this be? I don't think he came here for that. Logue slowly calmed down and analyzed, otherwise, the 4 of us would be dead by now. I think he should have other matters to attend to this time. Logue closed his eyes and thought for a moment before he slowly said, he seems to be looking for something, or someone. Just now, his soul was wandering in my body. Not a single one of my secrets escaped his prying eyes. He probably didn't find what he was looking for, that's why he let me go. I hope so. Otherwise, no matter how hard we try, we won't be able to escape the fate of annihilation. Asura was rather pessimistic. He knew that he stood no chance against such a powerful opponent. Let's call it a day. I think we all need some time to calm down and think about what we should do next. When Tyre saw that the 3 of them had no interest in discussing the God Hunter Alliance, he decisively ended the meeting. Wasis, Logue, and Asura also felt that they needed some time to calm down. They nodded in agreement and left one after another without waiting for Tyre's reply. This time, Logue didn't stay behind alone and left in a daze just like Asura. After the 3 of them left, Tyre stayed in silence for a long while before sneaking out of the Omphalos. He went to the volcano where he had discussed the matter with Han Shor and the others. He set up a boundary around one of the walls and took out a magical mirror to communicate with Daka. Not far from Tyre's cliff, a shadowy figure was standing in the shade of a large tree, quietly sensing Tyre's movements. Chapter 940. Tyre didn't know that someone was spying on him. He took out a magical mirror and contacted Daka. When the mirror showed Daka, Tyre hurriedly said, Big brother, there's been a change in the situation. What's going on? I'm discussing with them how to attack the fringe. Why did you contact me so urgently? Daka frowned and asked in a deep voice. Just now, a chief god came to our land of chaos. We 4 sovereigns were almost killed. Tyre seemed to have not recovered from the shock of the chief god of death, and his voice was a little hurried. An over-god? What's going on? Daka was rather surprised. However, he didn't seem to be in contact with any of the peak over-gods. An over-god with a quintessence. Tyre emphasized. What? Daka panicked. He finally realized the severity of the situation and exclaimed, What's he doing in the fringe? Tyre smiled bitterly and recounted everything to Daka in detail. Daka's expression grew more and more grave as he listened to Tyre's description. After a while, he suddenly chuckled and said, I know why he's going to the fringe. Haha, so that's how it is. Dagmar, it seems like you won't have any hope of getting that thing. Daka laughed for a while before putting on a serious face and said, Don't worry, the overgod of death's target isn't you guys. You don't have to worry about anything. Alright, let's take a break for now and wait for the overgod of death to settle his matters before we begin. Otherwise, with him in the fringe, there will be many variables on both sides. After that, Daka explained to Tyre about the quintessence shard in Little Skull Hanhao's body. After Daka finished, Tyre was shocked and said with jealousy, Why are those 2 so lucky? After a short pause, Tyre calmly said, One Brian is hard enough to deal with. That Hanhao has a quintessence shard in him. He'll be a disaster in the future. You can't leak the news that Hanhao has a shard of godhood. Only Dagmar, Asa and I know about this. Once this news gets out, our relationship will be exposed immediately. Even now, due to my familiarity with the fringe, there are people who are starting to suspect me. For the sake of our mission, we must be careful. Daka said solemnly. I understand. Tyre nodded and said smilingly, the fringe is only so big. Logue also pointed out Han Hao to the overgod of death. I believe that when the overgod of death realizes that the others aren't his targets, he will naturally go after Han Hao. Well, we don't have to do that. As soon as Han Hao dies or the overgod of death leaves the fringe, notify me immediately and we will proceed with the plan. Once this is over, you'll be in charge of the fringe and I'll be in charge of the Godhunter Alliance. We'll have the chance to go to Eternia, said Daka. Tyre nodded with a smile and chatted with Daka about the current situation for a while longer before cutting off the connection. Not too far away, a wisp of smoke quietly drifted into the distance. It was soundless and didn't have the slightest trace of life. The wisp of smoke only took the form of Han Shao 100 miles away from Tyre. After half a month of observation, he finally confirmed Salaz's guess. Tyre and Daka, the hegemon of the Godhunter Alliance, were actually brothers. This shocked Han Shao greatly. If he hadn't made this discovery today, he would definitely be attacked by the two brothers when the war with the Godhunter Alliance started. The two brothers cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. Tyre was already the strongest sovereign in the fringe, while Daka was slightly stronger than him. If the two of them were to join forces, their strength would increase tremendously. They would probably be even more terrifying than the combined forces of Wasis, Asura, Logue, and Salaz. Fortunately, with today's discovery, Han Shao could make preparations in advance to avoid being attacked by the two brothers. Furthermore, by making use of the relationship between the two brothers, Han Shao would be able to defeat them in one fell swoop. Having made up his mind, Han Shao immediately returned to Pandemonium. The biggest problem he faced now wasn't the two brothers, but the overgod of death, Nestet. Even though Han Shao's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, he knew that he definitely wouldn't be a match for the overgod of death. Since Logue had reported the name of Little Skull Han Hao to the overgod of death, his safety was no longer guaranteed. Given the overgod of death's abilities, he would definitely be able to find Han Hao. In order to prevent that from happening, Han Shao had no choice but to protect Little Skull with all his might. And he had to do it quickly. After arriving at Pandemonium as fast as he could, Han Hao summoned Little Skull and explained the dire situation to him. Then, Han Shao said, we have to think of a way. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape if the overgod of death sets his eyes on us. After a short pause, Han Shao said, you said that you have fused with the quintessence shard. If the overgod of death were to stand beside you, would he know that you have the quintessence shard? He should be able to. Little Skull nodded after pondering for a moment. Han Shao felt a headache coming on. He was certain that the overgod of death would be searching for those who cultivated in the Edict of Death that Logue had reported. Once he had scanned through every single one of them, he would definitely lock onto Han Hao. The fringe was only so vast and the power of the overgod of death was so terrifying. It wouldn't be long before he came knocking on Han Shao's door. Although Han Shao had laid down layers upon layers of demonic formations in the Pandemonium, he didn't think that it could withstand the visit of an overgod who possessed the quintessence. Han Shao felt that this was a very difficult situation. He couldn't come up with a solution no matter how hard he tried. He had no idea how to avert the crisis Little Skull was in. Why don't I hide in other dominions for a while and not return to the fringe for the time being, suggested Little Skull when he saw Han Shao's anxious face. That's one solution. But it won't solve the root of the problem. If that overgod of death can't find his target in the fringe and then finds out that you are not here, he will be certain that you have the quintessence shard. Once he is certain, things will get even more difficult, said Han Shao with a bitter smile. He scratched his head in frustration. Little Skull didn't say anything else. He thought for a while and realized that there was really no way he could deal with the situation. Unless he and Han Shao could improve their strength to the point where they could face the overgod of death head-on, there was no way they could deal with the overgod of death. Demonic arts couldn't be improved overnight. Han Hao, who had just fused with the quintessence shard, wouldn't be able to face the overgod of death in a short period of time. Even if Han Hao had fully mastered the power of the quintessence shard, he would still die if he faced the overgod of death who possessed the quintessence. The little skeleton couldn't come up with a solution no matter how much he thought about it. He hung his head, unable to come up with a solution. Let's brainstorm and come up with a solution as soon as possible. Han Shoror took a deep breath and immediately sent a message to Bolans, Gilbert, Sanguinar, Scarlet, and the 5 elite zombies who knew the secret of the quintessence shard. Han Shoror quickly explained the dire situation to the crowd. Then, in a grave voice, he said, "The situation is very dangerous. I really can't think of a solution for now. One person's power is limited and it might take some time for me to come up with a solution. We need to come up with a solution as soon as possible." After listening to Han Shoror's narration, the crowd's mood turned heavy. They exchanged glances with Han Shoror and put on distressed faces, trying to come up with a solution. However, an overgod who possessed the quintessence was a synonym for invincibility in this universe. Apart from other overgods who also possessed the quintessence, no living being could contend against them. Now that such a terrifying existence was coming and had locked onto Little Skull, there was no way they could fight it head-on. All they could do was focus on dodging. Even if they were to leave the fringe, as long as the overgod of death was certain that the quintessence shard was in Little Skull's possession, it would only be a matter of time before Little Skull's misfortune befell them. It would be incredibly difficult to come up with a solution to both the symptoms and the root of the problem. It was too difficult. No matter how hard they thought about it, no one could come up with an idea that could solve the problem for a while. The day quickly passed. Occasionally, 1 or 2 seemingly good ideas would pop up in the middle of the day. However, none of them could withstand careful deliberation and were quickly rejected. Gradually, the crowd became less and less talkative. While the others were still calm and collected, Gilbert was getting rather irritated. He kept saying that he might as well go all out against the overgod of death. "If we could go all out, why would we wait for you to say anything?" Han Shoror bunched his brows and chided Gilbert. "I've already died once anyway. At most, I'll just die again," snorted Gilbert. "That guy's forte is the power of the soul. If you die this time, you won't be able to preserve your soul temporarily like the last time. Once the brand on your soul is destroyed, I won't be able to resurrect you no matter how powerful I am. When that time comes, you're really done for," snorted Han Shoror coldly as he shot a glance at Gilbert. "Senior, now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered something. Can Han Hao separate his soul from his body like what Gilbert did back then? The quintessence shard has already fused with his bones. If he could attach his soul to another divine body, would he be able to hide from the overgod of death?" Bollan's eyes lit up. He seemed to have gained some inspiration from Gilbert's words. Upon hearing this, Han Hao was also shocked. He asked Little Skull, "Han Hao, since you've cultivated demonic arts, the form of your soul should be different from ordinary people. Can you separate your soul from your body?" Little Skull seemed to have never thought of this question before. He silently gave it a try and nodded, "I think I can." Chapter 941. Given Han Shoror's abilities, as long as Little Skull's soul could escape from his current body, he would be able to create a new body for Little Skull. Once Little Skull's soul entered the new body, he would not have to worry too much even if the overgod of death came knocking on his door. Gilbert, Bolans, and the others became excited when they heard Little Skull's words. Scarlet, who had been worried about Little Skull, felt relieved. She asked, "Are you sure you'll be fine?" Little Skull looked at Scarlet and nodded affirmatively. "I should be fine." "That's great." Han Shoror put on a smile and said to Little Skull, "Let's not waste any more time. In order to solve this problem as soon as possible, let's gather the materials and I'll immediately create a new body for him. With the help of a high god skeleton and some special potions, it won't take too much effort." "Father, I have another problem." Little Skull hesitated for a moment before he bunched his brows and said, "Part of the quintessence shard has fused with my body, but the inscriptions on the tablet are intertwined with my soul. I'm worried that the overgod could detect it through my soul. It shouldn't be a problem to separate a strand of your soul and maintain your consciousness." Han Shoror was suddenly enlightened now that his train of thought had been opened. He thought for a moment and found a solution along this path. The demonic arts he cultivated could allow him to divide his consciousness into thousands of strands. Little Skull's life form was different from that of an ordinary human being. Since he could separate his soul from his body, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to create a secondary soul similar to an avatar. Now that he had the right direction, it would be much easier to solve the problem. Not only that, Han Shoror came up with a new idea. He smilingly said, "Don't worry, I have a way. When the time comes, I'll extract a part of your soul and attach it to a new body. Then, both your main soul and the new body will leave the fringe. When the Overgod of Death comes knocking on your door, the Overgod of Death will be free to explore your soul and body. As long as the real you uses the power of the quintessence shard outside the fringe, the Overgod of Death will sense it and expel you. Only then will you be truly safe." "Father, what do you mean by secondary souls? How can I do that?" Little Skull thought for a while and was confused. "Just like this." Han Shoror laughed heartily. He released his 2 avatars that usually stayed in the cauldron of Myriad Demon. 2 identical Han Shoror appeared in front of the crowd. Both had the same temperament and appearance as the original Han Shoror. "I understand." Little Skull carefully examined the 2 avatars of Han Shoror for a moment before he nodded, indicating that he understood Han Shoror's consciousness. The 5 elite zombies and Gilbert were not particularly surprised that Han Shoror had avatars. However, Scarlet and Bolans were not too aware of this secret of Han Shoror's. When they saw 3 identical Han Shoror appearing in front of them, they were astonished and couldn't help but ask questions. Han Shoror did not explain much. He turned to Little Skull and said, "Let's not waste any more time. Let's get started. After a while, I will tell you what to do. Don't worry, the doppelgangers you create will have the same soul undulations as your main body and will not carry the aura of the quintessence shard. I'm certain that even the Overgod of Death will not be able to detect anything amiss." "All right." Little Skull nodded and seemed rather excited. In the past, Han Shoror's 2 avatars were mostly formed by luck. But after Han Shoror's strength reached the Skybreak realm and he absorbed new memories of demonic arts, he had mastered the method of creating an avatar. Therefore, he was very confident this time. Soon enough, Han Hao and Little Skull arrived at the storeroom of Pandemonium. They picked out the materials needed to create an avatar. Han Shoror took out white bones and sparkling stones. The storeroom was filled with all sorts of rare materials. Some of them were left behind by Han Shoror when he was setting up the Pandemonium's grand formation, while the rest were looted by Little Skull from the shops in the Omphalos. All sorts of strange materials were piled up in the storeroom. Not to mention creating a puppet that could fool the Overgod of Death, it would not be difficult for Han Hao to create an avatar with great magic power. Creating an avatar requires too much time and energy. We don't have that much time. Besides, even if it's a real avatar, it won't be able to withstand the Overgod of Death's attacks. Therefore, I'm only going to create a puppet that can fool the Overgod of Death. This will save a lot of time." After all the materials were gathered, Han Shoror brought Little Skull out of Pandemonium and started forging a new body at the center of a ready-made demonic formation. While Han Shoror's main body used a portion of the cauldron of Myriad Demon to forge a new body for Little Skull, his avatar explained to Little Skull how to separate a strand of his soul from his body. Little Skull cultivated in demonic arts and his soul was vastly different from an ordinary person's. With Han Shoror's detailed explanation, he quickly grasped the trick. Little Skull tried many times and within 3 days, he was able to separate a strand of his soul according to Han Shoror's instructions. The speed was faster than Han Shoror had imagined. "Good, very good." Han Shoror was overjoyed. He was very satisfied with Little Skull's aptitude. He hastily said, "As long as you can separate a part of your soul, the rest will be much easier." The most crucial part has been accomplished. Now, I will explain to you how to sever the connection between the soul and the main soul and ensure that the soul is connected to the new body. Outside the Pandemonium, Han Shoror's main body was refining puppets while his avatar explained to Han how the steps of attaching a new body to him. Underground, Han Shuor's other avatar that cultivated in the energy of death was constantly learning about the situation in the fringe through Zovich's information. 3 are dead. The other 2 were also visited by the overgod of death, but since they didn't use any aggressive methods, they came out unscathed. Zovich reported the latest news to Han Shuor with a solemn face. During this period of time, Han Shuor had Zovich keep an eye on those who had been reported by Log. More than half of these fringe experts who cultivated in the energy of death had been visited by the overgod of death. Those who were not aware of the situation and were used to being domineering were naturally killed by the overgod of death. As for those who felt the terror of the overgod of death and chose to submit to him, they were friendly like Log and were not killed. How many more have he not visited? Han Shuor bunched his brows and asked. There are still 5 people left. Once these 5 have been found, I believe he will target Han Hao. It looks like it won't be long. Should we prepare ahead of time? Zovich asked for Han Shuor's opinion. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuor instructed, the death of a few experts cultivating in the Edict of Death in the fringe will surely cause a commotion. Send someone to spread the news that an expert god hunter is hunting the experts cultivating in the Edict of Death in the fringe. Exaggerate his strength, but don't mention that he is an overgod with a quintessence, lest it causes a panic. Also, make sure to spread the news to the remaining 5. But remember, don't let them know that the news came from us. So he wants to instill fear in the hearts of those 5 so that they can hide and buy themselves more time? Zovich immediately understood Han Shuor's plan. Han Shuor nodded and said in a deep voice, that's right. Buy as much time as you can. I will get it done soon. When the time comes, I will have Han Hao leave the pandemonium and head to the Omphalos. Everyone in the Omphalos will recognize his face. This way, the overgod of death will not suspect anything. Zovich had served Han Shuor wholeheartedly for many years and was well aware of every move in the fringe. Han Shuor needed accurate information and therefore, he did not hide it from him. Han Shuor also believed that Zovich, having known the House of Han for so many years, would serve him with sincerity. Understood, I'll get to it right away. Zovich nodded and left quietly without another word. After another 3 days, Han Shuor, who was in the gymnasium outside the pandemonium, let out a soft cry. With a wave of his hand, a body that looked exactly like Little Skull Han Hao emerged from the pool of blood. Is everything clear? Asked Han Shuor solemnly as he looked at Little Skull. I'm ready. The little skeleton took a deep breath. It was very calm and not nervous at all. Nodding in satisfaction, Han Shuor smiled and said, haha, you're even more powerful than I was back then. Sometimes, I wonder if you've never known fear. All right, get ready. Send your soul into the Omphalos and I'll leave it to you. The rest is up to you. Little skeleton didn't waste any more words. He sat cross-legged on the ground and stared fixedly at the other him with his bewitching eyes. Demonic radiance flickered in his pupils. A faintly discernible soul fluctuation formed above his head and drifted towards the other him that had no aura of life. The radiance in Little Skull's eyes grew more and more bewitching. The energy of death and the demonic arts on Little Skull's body fused together in a bizarre manner. All of a sudden, Little Skull's purple demon eye flickered and he stood there dumbfounded. Han Shuor's heart skipped a beat. He stared at Little Skull's main body and then at the puppet he had made himself. He became more and more nervous. After a while, the Little Skull's purple demon eye flickered and he slowly closed his eyes. The puppet opposite him slowly stood up and moved its limbs curiously. It said, Father, I'm done. Han Shuor was overjoyed. He laughed and said, Good, very good. Your main body will leave the fringe immediately and the rest will be easy. No matter how powerful the overgod of death is, we, father and son, will deceive him. Chapter 942. When Han Shuor appeared with 2 identical Little Skulls, the 5 elite zombies, Bolans, and the others were astounded. They released their souls to examine the Little Skull's life undulations and discovered that the 2 Little Skulls were almost identical except that Little Skull's soul contained a trace of bizarre energy of death. His soul contains the energy of the quintessence. Therefore, the 2 souls are somewhat different. But don't worry, the overgod of death can't see Han Hao's true body. He definitely won't be able to tell the difference between this half-completed avatar and the real one, said Han Shoror confidently. Father, shall I take my leave then? The two little skulls replied in unison. Their voices and intonation were exactly the same. As he was still not used to having two bodies, he couldn't act independently like Han Shoror. Therefore, his words were exactly the same. All right, go. One body will leave the fringe and the other will go to the Omphalos. Remember, bring your subordinates with you. Don't be in a hurry to leave the Omphalos. It will be best if you stay in the Omphalos for a while and wait for the overgod of death to come looking for you, said Han Shoror smilingly. Got it. Little Skull nodded, indicating that he understood Han Shoror's words. Shortly after, he bid farewell to Scarlet and the 5 elite zombies and left through the underground tunnel of the Pandemonium. Han Shoror didn't go to the Omphalos with Little Skull because he didn't want to meet the overgod of death so soon. After all, he had killed Hill of Witherbone City in the Death Dominion. There was a grudge between him and the overgod of death. Something bad might happen if they met. On the other hand, it was because the body Little Skull sent to the Omphalos was just a half-completed avatar. Even if the overgod of death destroyed it, it wouldn't affect Han Shoror's true body in the slightest. Therefore, Han Shoror was not worried and allowed Little Skull to act alone. After the Little Skull left the underground, Bolans, Sanguinar, and Gilbert surrounded Han Shoror in high spirits, asking him about his avatar. It seemed that they were very curious about it and wanted to refine a secondary body for themselves. However, Han Shoror could not fulfill their wishes. Whether it was Bolans or Sanguinar, they did not practice the orthodox demonic path, so they could not divide their souls into several strands. Gilbert, on the other hand, could achieve this because when his soul was kept by Han Shoror had taught him a few ways to forge his soul power in order to prevent it from fading away. However, Gilbert's current body was already equivalent to an avatar. Whether it was in terms of strength or compatibility with his soul, it had reached a very good level. There was no need to waste energy to refine another avatar. Therefore, Han Shoror rejected their requests one by one. He then told them to focus on their own cultivation and not let this matter affect their state of mind. After the fire of hope in their hearts was extinguished by Han Shoror, they were not too depressed. Gilbert continued to focus on his own cultivation. He had gained a lot of inspiration from Little Skull. Recently, he had gained quite a bit of understanding in the aspect of fusing two types of energy. Now was the time to strike the iron while it was hot. Perhaps it was because they were stimulated by Little Skull's power, but Sanguinar and Bolans were cultivating in seclusion much more diligently than before. They were not affected by the avatars. The 5 elite zombies had each obtained a high god divine soul from Han Shoror. As they were living in unique life forms, the amount of memories they obtained from the high god divine souls far exceeded that of Statholm and the others. As unique life forms that specialized in the energy of one energy, the 5 elite zombies improved at an astonishing rate. As the war with the Godhunter Alliance was on the verge of breaking out, Han Shoror dared not to be careless. After Little Skull left, he would frequently summon Zovich and instruct him on some detailed arrangements for the upcoming war. Other than that, Han Shoror would mysteriously disappear for a few days at a time. It was as though he was preparing something. Time flew by and half a month went by in the blink of an eye. Han Shoror estimated that Little Skull's main body should have left the fringe by now and that his avatar should have arrived at the Omphalos by now. Han Shoror was rather worried about the situation in the Omphalos. At the Omphalos in the fringe. Little Skull, Han Hao, and a few god hunters had officially entered the Omphalos. They swaggered around the streets of the Omphalos and shopped for some unique products. 5 days ago, Han Hao's avatar had arrived in the vicinity of the Omphalos. But because his main body had not left the fringe, he did not enter the Omphalos. It was only when the avatar's soul sensed that his main body had arrived in the Destiny Dominion that Han Hao unhurriedly entered the Omphalos. Han Hao's arrival had attracted the attention of many major powers. Tyre, who was well aware that Han Hao possessed a quintessence shard, immediately set his sights on Han Hao. He dispatched men to observe Han Hao's every move and had Wind Spirit spread the news of Han Hao's arrival. Han Hao's reputation in the fringe was second only to Han Shoror, Tyre, and Logue. The leaders of the major powers were very curious to see Han Hao in the fringe. They also quietly observed Little Skull's every move. Asura was the first to approach Han Hao. "Why have you come to the Omphalos?" Asura asked with his brows bunched. He pulled Han Hao into his sovereign shop and made sure that the perimeter of the Omphalos was sealed off. Asura knew the relationship between Little Skull and Han Shao. He had spent a lot of effort to express his goodwill to Han Shao. Naturally, he had to see it through to the end. When Nestet, the overgod of death, was entire sovereign shop, Asura had personally heard the names reported by Logue. As one of the 5 sovereigns of the fringe, Asura had learned through his own channels that some of the names reported had been killed. He had also sent the information to Zovich. Asura believed that Han Shao should already know the severity of the situation and therefore did not understand why Little Skull would still appear in the Omphalos. "I'm here to take care of some matters. That fella didn't look for me. I will be fine," Han Shao said. Little Skull had communicated with Han Shao before he came to the Omphalos. Little Skull's intelligence, other than being a little dull when it came to emotions, was enough for him to pretend to be courteous to someone like Asura. "Not you. Are you sure?" Although Asura did not know what was going on, he was certain that the overgod of death was looking for someone or something through the clues he had gathered over the past few days. He pondered for a moment before he asked. "It's not me," confirmed Little Skull. "That's good." Asura nodded before he changed the topic and asked, "How has Brian been lately? I have sent him quite a few messages asking him to come to the Omphalos for a meeting. Why hasn't he responded?" "He is in seclusion and is at a critical juncture. But don't worry, I have made all the necessary preparations. If the God Hunter Alliance really comes, we won't have any problems on our side," Han Hao said without hesitation. He had already discussed with Han Shao. Asura then asked a few more questions about Han Shao, to which Han Hao answered without hesitation. He did not reveal any secrets about the pandemonium, nor did he seem to be avoiding Asura. Asura did not get the answer he wanted from Little Skull. Seeing that Han Hao was not afraid of the overgod of death and was determined to stay in the fringe, Asura did not try to dissuade him. Fearing that the overgod of death would come looking for him because of Little Skull, Asura did not try to persuade Little Skull to stay. He told Han Hao to be careful and not to use forceful methods when dealing with the overgod of death. After thanking Asura, Little Skull left the sovereign shop with an indifferent face. He then continued to wander around the merchant streets, waiting for the overgod of death, Nestet. 3 days later, Little Skull brought Polo and the others to a shop that sold special bones. From time to time, he would ask the owner of the shop to show him some oddly shaped bones that contained strange energy. As a cultivator of the Edict of Death, Little Skeleton had a particular fondness for all kinds of bones. In the past, what he most wished to do was to collect bones and try to refine weapons for himself. He was very clear about the quality of bones. He could tell what kind of weapon a bone was most suitable to be forged with just one bone in his hand. The owner of the shop was obviously aware of Han Hao's identity. He was very respectful to Han Hao and took out all the best bones in the shop for Han Hao's inspection. He wore the sincerest smile on his face. Han Hao was very surprised by his good attitude. After walking around for half a day, Han Hao packed up the dozen or so bones in front of him and said to the shop owner, "I'll take these." "How much for them?" "How could I dare to accept your crystal coins?" "Haha, I'll give them to you," said the shop owner with a flattering smile. Han Hao stared blankly for a moment. He bunched his brows and coldly asked, "Why don't you accept crystal coins? Don't tell me you won't accept the same thing from others. How could others compare to you? Haha, as long as you show mercy in the future, this humble shop will be eternally grateful. In the future, you can come and pick any bone products you like," said the shop owner with an embarrassed smile. He seemed to be rather nervous. Han Hao was rather stunned. He looked at the humble shop owner with a puzzled expression. He did not quite understand what the shop owner meant. It was at this moment that Polo, who was standing beside Han Hao, let out a hollow laugh. He moved closer to Han Hao and whispered, "A few years ago, you instructed me to target all the shops that pass by. As for this shop, I was the one who did it." Upon hearing this, Han Hao immediately understood. Some time ago, Tyre and Logue wanted to stop Han Shao from entering the Omphalos. Therefore, they deliberately made things difficult for Han Shao and forced the owners of the major shops in Tanai to join forces to stop Han Shao from entering the Omphalos. As a result, some of the things that Han Shao could not do fell to them. They looted all the goods from the shops that passed by, causing the owners of the Tanai shops to fall into a state of panic. "Oh, thank you." Han Shao nodded indifferently. He did not stand on ceremony with this man and swaggered out of the shop with Polo and the others. As soon as he stepped out of the shop, Han Hao suddenly felt something. He had a feeling that he was being targeted by someone. This body of his was a half-finished product that Han Shao had refined. Although his body was far inferior to his original body, his soul's sensitivity was still there. As soon as this strange feeling arose, Han Hao suddenly realized something. Just as Han Hao had expected, a faint silhouette wrapped in the mist-like energy of death quietly emerged from a corner of the commercial street. It drifted toward Han Hao at an unimaginable speed. As the mist-like silhouette approached, several energies of lightning, destruction, and darkness swarmed toward Han Hao at the same time, blocking off all directions around Han Hao. "It's finally here," Han Hao thought to himself. He stood still and waited for the energy of death to approach him. He had already decided to let the overgod of death's soul peep at him. Just as the misty shadow was about to reach him, to Han Hao's surprise, it stopped abruptly. At the same time, a cold voice came from within. "Lock him down." "Dagma!" shouted Han Hao. In an instant, he retreated into the shop that sold bones and shouted, "Polo, disperse!" "Shout!" Han Hao was very surprised. He did not expect that it was not the overgod of death, Nestet, but the hegemon of the God-Hunter Alliance, Dagma. This was the Omphalos at the center of the fringe. Tyre, Logue, Asura, and Wasis were all gathered there. The leaders of various factions were also there. Dagma must be a little too crazy to come to the Omphalos. As a cultivator of the energy of death, Dagma's mastery of the soul was much more profound than that of an average person. By deliberately concealing his strength, he might be able to fool Tyre and the others. After waiting bitterly for so many days, not only did Nestet not show up, but Dagma, who had gone mad for the quintessence shard, showed up instead. Han Hao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He immediately retreated after entering the shop and did not forget to loudly instruct Polo. "The forces of the God-Hunter Alliance are here. The forces of the God-Hunter Alliance are here." Polo, of course, knew who Dagma was. As someone who had pledged allegiance to Han Hao, he knew what he had to do. He shouted as he retreated with the others. "Where do you think you're going, Han Hao?" shouted Dagma sinisterly. One after another, silhouettes emerged from the darkness and surrounded Han Hao from all directions. Dagma, on the other hand, did not personally attack Han Hao. Instead, he waved his hand and released bone prisons to temporarily trap Polo and the others. After his previous experience, Dagma had a knot in his heart about the bizarre energy of Little Skull's gravestone. He was afraid that if he attacked Han Hao, he would be affected by the gravestone's energy. Therefore, even though Dagma was right beside Han Hao, he did not immediately attack. Of course, he did not know that Han Hao did not have the quintessence shard on him. Therefore, he did not dare to attack Han Hao. Instead, he temporarily imprisoned Polo and the other followers of Little Skull so that those who did not cultivate in the energy of death could besiege Han Hao and kill him in the shortest time possible. "You still can't kill me," shouted Han Hao coldly after jumping out from the back window of the shop. Shortly after, he took out a handful of pearls of annihilation and threw them in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. Violent explosions rocked every corner of the merchant street. The few loyal followers of Dagma were all blocked by the terrifying explosive force of the pearls of annihilation. One of them, who was the first to rush to Han Shao's side, was the first to be hit. He was blasted away with blood dripping from his body. Before coming here, Han Shao had given the little skeleton half of the pearls of annihilation he had refined to the little skeleton in order to prevent the little skeleton from being ambushed along the way. Little Skull's fake body could not unleash too much energy of death. However, because his soul had inherited the memories of the demonic arts, he had no problem unleashing the pearls of annihilation. The violent explosion instantly destroyed more than a dozen shops in the vicinity. Rubble, dust, wood chips, and iron pillars flew everywhere. The shop assistants and the fringe dwellers who were shopping in the area were all out of luck. Those who stood close to Little Skull were all blasted away by the pearls of annihilation. "Capture him! Capture him! We don't have much time," shouted Dagmar ferociously as he rushed to the front of Han Hao. He opened one of his hands and wisps of the energy of death drifted out and landed on the bone prison imprisoning Polo and the others. The sharp bone spikes shrank and pierced deep into the bodies of Polo and the others. Dagmar was, after all, an overgod expert. It was no surprise that he would attack Polo and the others. And this was only because Dagmar's attention was focused on Han Hao. Otherwise, if Dagmar had gone all out, Polo and the others would have been in an even more miserable state. They might have been stabbed to death by the bone prison by now. Dagmar's mad shouts caused his loyal followers to disregard the impact of the explosions and charge at Han Hao fearlessly. It seemed that they were determined to kill Han Hao as soon as possible. Almost all of Dagmar's followers possessed late-stage high god strength. The explosions from the pearls of annihilation wouldn't be able to instantly kill them. But when they recklessly charged at Han Hao, this half-finished avatar of Han Hao's wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. However, Han Hao wasn't particularly worried because he knew that even if this body was destroyed, it wouldn't affect his main body. If this body were to die in Dagmar's hands, Han Hao would be able to dispel the overgod of death's suspicions of him. Although the process wasn't ideal, Han Hao would still be able to indirectly achieve his goal. 5 shadows swarmed forward and instantly blocked off Little Skull's path of retreat. 5 energies locked onto Han Hao's body in an instant, immobilizing Han Hao's body. "Commander, he's under control," cried one of Dagmar's followers who cultivated in the energy of darkness. Dagmar was overjoyed. His body trembled with excitement. He didn't even look at Polo, who was about to be killed by the bone prison, nor did he waste the energy of death on Bolo. He landed in front of Han Hao in an instant and extended his hand towards Han Hao's chest. "Here, it should be here," Dagmar mumbled to himself with a crazed look on his face. His fingernails were as white as a sharp knife. Puff. Dagmar thrust one of his hands into the chest of Han Hao's body. He was so excited that he was about to dig out the quintessence shard that had driven him crazy. Suddenly, Dagmar stopped. His face was hideous. He stared at Little Skull and roared, "It's not here. Why isn't it here? Where did you hide it? Hand it over. Hand it over." Chapter 943. Dagmar snuck into the omphalos at all costs. He was prepared to be severely injured or even killed. But why? It was all for the quintessence shard in Han Hao's body. Greed had destroyed his rationality and made him come here in a frenzy. He could give up on his subordinates who had been following him all this time. But for the quintessence shard, Dagmar had completely lost his mind. When he found no trace of the quintessence shard in Han Hao's body, he became hysterical. He grabbed Han Hao's chest and howled, "Hand it over. Hand it over." Han Hao looked at the deranged Dagmar with an indifferent face. There was no sadness, no joy, no shock, no fear. It was as though Dagmar was grabbing someone else and he was just an indifferent bystander. "Commander, someone is coming. Hurry." That subordinate heard the shrill howls from afar and knew that the experts of the fringe were gathering here. He hastily warned Dagmar when he saw that Dagmar had lost his mind. "Han Hao, hand it over and I won't kill you. I promise, I won't kill you." Dagmar's eyes were as red as blood as he held onto Han Hao tightly as he yelled, enunciating each word. "Just kill me," said Han Hao coldly. "Do you really want to die?" Dagmar bellowed. The veins on his forehead bulged. He was in a dilemma. On one hand, he wanted nothing more than to tear Han Hao into pieces. On the other hand, he wanted to know the whereabouts of the quintessence shard from Han Hao. "Commander, we're running out of time." The voice of one of his loyal subordinates was already sobbing, for Dagmar's usual composure was nowhere to be found, and he had stayed far longer than he had expected. "Fine, I'll fulfill your wish," Dagmar roared. He steeled his heart and prepared to kill Han Hao. All of a sudden, a frigid aura enveloped the entire area. The white, frigid aura instantly fell on Dagmar's body and completely enveloped him. The bone-chilling power immediately affected Dagmar, causing his limbs to stiffen and making him unable to exert his strength for a moment. At the same time, the frigid aura rapidly spread from Dagmar to the surroundings. Dust, gravel, and wood were all frozen. Dagmar's aura that had locked onto Han Hao suddenly broke. The frigid aura seemed to have a life of its own. It affected Dagmar, his subordinates, and even inanimate objects. However, it spared the little skull, Han Hao, in Dagmar's hand. Han Hao, who had been prepared to be killed by Dagmar's attack, keenly grasped this rare opportunity. The moment Dagmar and his subordinates were trapped by the frost energy, he immediately retreated and fled from Dagmar's side without a care for anything else. Although Dagmar's hand had reached into Han Hao's chest, it didn't take his life. This was because Dagmar knew that the quintessence shard was his main target. When his other hand reached into Han Hao's abdomen and discovered that there was no trace of the quintessence shard, he immediately withdrew his hand without destroying Han Hao's body. Of course, due to the uniqueness of this body, Han Hao wouldn't die so easily even if Dagmar crushed his internal organs. He would still be able to live on peacefully. After all, this body was different from a normal human's. It was not as if all the internal organs in the body had exploded, and all the body's functions would stop. Dagmar, how dare you come to the Omphalos? You're courting death. A cold and stern voice sounded from not far away. Warses, one of the 5 sovereigns of the Fringe, was the first to arrive. He managed to free Han Hao from Dagmar's grasp just in time. As soon as Warses finished shouting, he appeared in front of Dagmar. An enormous domain of divinity instantly enveloped the entire area. A frigid aura several times colder than that of an ice cave descended. Even the ground seemed to have been frozen and cracked. Bone-chilling cracking sounds could be heard. Dagmar's momentary lapse in concentration gave Warses the opportunity to attack his body with the frigid aura. However, Dagmar was an over-god just like Warses. His strength was well known in the God-Hunter alliance. Although Warses's frigid aura had injured him in an instant, the frigid aura also allowed Dagmar to recognize the situation. After circulating the energy of death in his body a few times, the frigid aura that had invaded his body was cleansed by Dagmar. He extended his hand and the element of death from the Omphalos frantically converged towards him. A dusky mist immediately enveloped the area and neutralized the frigid aura, causing the temperature to rise. Hegemon, run, shouted one of Dagmar's subordinates at the top of his lungs. It was at this moment that Dagmar realized how dangerous the situation was. Other than Warses, he sensed that Asura, a cultivator of the energy of Earth, was also rushing over. Tyre and Loge's auras were faintly discernible. They shouldn't be too far away. If he couldn't escape from the Omphalos before the 4 of them surrounded him, it was very likely that he would be trapped in the Omphalos for the rest of his life. He gritted his teeth and took out a green crystal ball. He shouted, "Let your souls fly out." Those subordinates of Dagmar were delighted to hear that. Without hesitation, they released their divine souls from their bodies and flew into the green crystal ball in Dagmar's hand. As soon as their souls entered the green crystal ball, Dagmar waved his hand and released a few strands of the energy of death into the divine bodies of his subordinates. As soon as the energy of death entered their divine bodies suddenly swelled up. A surge of deathly stillness kept growing in their bodies. Their divine bodies were like balloons that slowly grew bigger and bigger. Warses, who was planning to stop Dagmar with all his might, was horrified to see the divine bodies suddenly rising into the sky and expanding. He immediately retreated and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Little Skull Han Hao, who was not far from Dagmar, hastily retreated when he saw the divine bodies rising into the sky. As a cultivator of the energy of death, he knew that Dagmar was using the divine bodies of his high god subordinates to perform the corpse explosion art. Therefore, he was faster than anyone else. As expected, after Warses shouted, the divine bodies of Dagmar's subordinates suddenly exploded. Intense energy of death was released from their bodies and soared into the sky. It instantly tore a hole in the boundary that enveloped the Omphalos. Dagmar, with the green crystal ball in his hand, seized the opportunity to disappear from the Omphalos in a flash. "Go after them," shouted Warses as he raised his head to look at the sky. Together with Warses, the three figures rose into the sky at the same time. The boundary of the omphalos did not seem to hinder them at all. Han Hao raised his head to look at the sky and memorized the positions of the other three. Asura was the closest, only a few thousand meters away. Tyre and Log were about 10,000 meters away. Han Hao roughly guessed that Tyre and Log should be in the vicinity just now. As for Asura, Han Hao could not see anything wrong with him. However, he was rather surprised that Asura arrived so much later than Warses. Warses, why was he so fast? Why did he help me? Han Hao was rather puzzled. He could tell that Warses had been protecting him. If it wasn't for Warses's sudden arrival, if it wasn't for Warses's timely sealing of the boundary with his frigid energy, this half-finished avatar would have been torn to shreds by Dagmar. Logically speaking, Warses should not have cared about Han Hao's existence when he came to deal with Dagmar. Han Hao's frigid energy didn't seem to be giving him special treatment. After all, Warses had no relationship with the Han family. Warses had even been defeated by Han Shao at the mouth of the volcano. No matter how Han Shao looked at it, Warses shouldn't have been so careful to protect Han Hao. "Chief, are you all right?" While Han Hao was pondering, Polo walked out of Dagmar's bone prison with blood all over his body and asked worriedly. Han Hao shook his head and calmly replied, "I'm fine. How about you guys?" Dagmar left early and did not continue to exert his energy on us. Therefore, we only suffered some light injuries. "There's no problem," Polo said to Han Hao in a relaxed manner while wiping the blood off his body. His face did not show the slightest sign of pain. Having stayed in the fringe for a long time and being a god hunter himself, injuries of this degree were nothing to Polo. Han Hao's other subordinates did the same. They stopped the bleeding as quickly as they could. After they were done, they sat cross-legged on the ground to recover the energy they had consumed. They wanted to use every second to stabilize their injuries and recover their strength. This was the code of conduct they had learned from Han Hao ever since they started following Han Hao. No matter when or where, they must maintain their strength at their peak so that they can deal with any ambushes that might come at them at any time. "It's good that you're all right. Let's all sit down and rest." Han Hao nodded and took the lead to sit cross-legged on the ground, ignoring Warses and the others who were chasing after him. In Han Hao's opinion, this body wouldn't be of much help. Therefore, he did not participate in the battle. Dagmar had not hesitated to use the divine bodies of his top experts to perform corpse explosion. Moreover, he had done it so decisively that he had a backup plan. They were all over gods. Dagmar was fleeing with all his might while Tyre, Log, and the others did not come immediately because they wanted to see Dagmar get killed. Therefore, they were unable to surround Dagmar. In Han Hao's opinion, it was very likely that Dagmar would be able to escape and Tyre and the others would return empty-handed. Han Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, was still letting his imagination run wild. This body was only a half-finished product to begin with and there was no need for it to recover. Now that the matter was over, the strand of his divine soul would return to his main body and he would have to give up on this half-finished body. Therefore, Han Hao did not plan to waste his energy on recovering this body. Why did Warses help me? Did Asura betray me? Otherwise, why would he arrive even later than Warses? A series of questions surfaced in Han Hao's mind. He knitted his brows and slowly pondered. Time passed without anyone noticing. When the fringe dwellers arrived, they discovered that Dagmar was nowhere to be found. Han Hao sat cross-legged on the ground without a care for his surroundings. Blood was still flowing out of his chest. Some of the fringe dwellers suddenly had other thoughts in their minds. Some of them couldn't help but harbor evil thoughts. Their gazes toward the little skeleton were a little strange. Han Hao had been roaming the fringe for a long time and had offended so many people that he had lost count. Those who bore grudges against him usually feared Han Hao's strength and dared not act recklessly. But today, it was obvious that Han Hao was gravely injured and even his trusted subordinates, Polo, were covered in blood. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Some of the leaders of the fringe did not know about the relationship between Han Hao and Han Shao. Therefore, they stayed in the same spot with ferocious gazes. They observed Han Hao, Polo, and the others from the dark. It was obvious what they were thinking. The Omphalos has its own rules. For many years, no one has dared to attack Tanai in the Omphalos. Hihi, do you want to try? Said Polo with a mischievous smile as he swept his eyes across the dust-filled area. Han Hao did not say a word. He closed his eyes and paid no attention to these small fries who only dared to harbor evil intentions. Polo's sneer caused many of the people to silently retreat. They realized that fighting in the Omphalos was not a good idea. Fighting in the Omphalos would not end well for the 5 sovereigns, especially at such a sensitive time. Gradually, the observers left one after another. Other than the corpses of the merchants that littered the ground, everything returned to normal. Right at this moment, a shadow slowly appeared in the surging dust, unhurriedly walking in this direction. The corners of Polo's mouth curved into a grin. He suddenly stood up and said with a malevolent face, "So there's someone who isn't afraid of death." He had suffered only minor injuries and possessed late-stage high god strength. In the Omphalos, other than the 5 sovereigns and Han Hao, he feared no one. Other than him, there were also a few of Han Hao's subordinates who didn't suffer any serious injuries. Polo didn't think that Han Hao would be at a disadvantage even if all of them attacked him at the same time, let alone Han Hao who came alone. A tall figure gradually emerged from the dust-filled area. Ignoring Polo and the others who were glaring at him, the tall figure calmly looked at Han Hao who had suddenly opened his eyes and smilingly asked, "Are you Han Hao?" "Who are you?" asked Polo coldly. It seemed that he was about to attack. "Polo, stop!" shouted Han Hao suddenly. When he saw that Polo was staring blankly, he nodded and said, "I am Han Hao." "Hihi, it seems that you know who I am. Very good, very good. This will save me a lot of trouble." He smiled and nodded. Suddenly, intense soul undulations emanated from his body and enveloped Han Hao. After a few seconds, the man shook his head in disappointment and sighed, "Not really." Then, he turned around and left without looking at Han Hao, disappearing into the cloud of dust. Chapter 944. As Han Hao had expected, Tyre, Wasis, Logue, and Asura returned empty-handed. They did not manage to surround and kill Dagmar. As soon as Dagmar left the Omphalos and was no longer restrained by the boundary, he immediately deployed a space-time scroll to escape. When Tyre and the others flew out of the Omphalos, they happened to see Dagmar tearing through space and leaving. The space-time rift was slowly closing up. The 4 sovereigns were a step too late and could only watch as Dagmar disappeared without a trace. However, Dagmar had paid a terrible price for his trip to the Omphalos. The divine bodies of his strongest high gods had all exploded and he himself had been ambushed by Wasis. It could be said that after this incident, Dagmar's influence in the God Hunter Alliance would be greatly reduced. They did not have to worry too much about Dagmar in the upcoming war against the God Hunter Alliance. Dagmar had received his just deserts for coming to the Omphalos alone. When Tyre, Wasis, and the others returned to Han Hao's side, the overgod of death, Nestet, had left in disappointment. They did not know that while they were chasing after Dagmar, Han Hao had already finished what he needed to do. No matter what, Han Hao was a native of the Fringe. It was only natural that the 4 sovereigns would come to greet Han Hao after he was attacked by Dagmar in the Omphalos. "Han Hao, are you all right?" asked Asura softly. He seemed very worried. "I'm fine. How is Dagmar? Did you catch him?" asked Han Hao. He knew that the 4 sovereigns must not have found anything. However, he still had to ask what he needed to ask. Asura forced a smile and shook his head. He sighed and said, "That Dagmar is too ruthless." He used the divine bodies of his high god subordinates to perform the corpse explosion art and blew open the boundary of the Omphalos. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave the Omphalos by the time the 4 of us arrived and surrounded him. "I thought you guys were already here." Han Hao shot a meaningful glance at Tyre and Logue before he said to Asura, "Yeah, I'm fine now. Just now, a strange guy came and looked at me with his soul. He shook his head and left. I don't know who he is." Tyre and Logue's expressions changed at the same time, and they looked at each other. Logue suddenly laughed and asked Han Hao, "Who is so strange? He dared to use his soul to spy on you and still managed to leave safely. This is really surprising." According to my understanding of you, you are not a person who is easy to talk to. Wasis and Asura also turned their attention to Han Hao. It was obvious that they were very concerned about the matter. I don't know who that person is, but I'm certain that the death energy he cultivates far surpasses yours. Han Hao looked coldly at Logue and said calmly, I know I have no way of contending against such a powerful person, so I can only choose to remain silent. I heard that some time ago, Lord Logue also encountered a powerful expert. At that time, Lord Logue's performance seemed to be even weaker than mine. Logue's face turned ugly after hearing Han Hao's words. He coldly groaned and did not reply. Logue was certain that the person who came was the overgod of death, Nestet. He did not learn from Tyre that Han Hao possessed a quintessence shard. Therefore, Logue was not particularly surprised. Wasis and Asura did not think too much about it. They were just rather surprised that the overgod of death, Nestet, was able to learn that Han Hao was in the Omphalos in such a short period of time and came looking for him so quickly. Tyre, on the other hand, wore a pensive look. He looked deeply at Han Hao as though he was trying to see through Han Hao's body and soul. He was the one who knew about the Omphalos. Why didn't Nestet make a move? That's impossible. The quintessence shard is in his possession. Could it be that Big Brother's information is wrong? Tyre's mind was in turmoil. He thought that once Nestet arrived, Han Hao would be dead for sure. He did not expect that Han Hao would be fine. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Han Hao did not feign civility with Tyre and the others. Han Hao had obtained the information he wanted from Tyre and Logue. Therefore, he stood up, nodded at Polo, and said, let's go. Upon finishing those words, Han Hao took a step forward and left. Before he left, he stole a glance at Wazer, who was as cold as ice. Let's disperse. Since Dagmar dared to come to the Omphalos alone, it seems that the God Hunter Alliance's attack will arrive soon. All right, everyone can leave now. We have said what we need to say. From today onwards, we will go our separate ways and prepare to face the God Hunter Alliance's attack. Tyre knew that the battle was about to break out. He was the first to leave after bidding farewell to Asura, Wasis, and Logue. As soon as Han Hao left the Omphalos, he brought Polo and the others to the sovereign shop where the Han family resided. Under the guise of buying Celestial Pearl, they entered the secret chamber where Han Shuor usually cultivated. The relationship between Han Shuor and Han Shuor was something that not even the average members of the House of Han were aware of. However, the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was privy to it. After Han Shuor arrived, he attentively escorted Han Shuor to his side and then quietly left. He also instructed all the employees to stay away from Han Shuor. The reason why Han Hao chose this secret chamber where Han Shuor usually cultivated was that Han Shuor had deployed a special formation to protect it. Inside the chamber, Han Hao would not have to worry about being spied on or disturbed by others. After sitting on the prayer mat where his father, Han Shuor, sat cross-legged, Han Hao gradually released a strand of his soul and completely concealed the aura of his body. At the same time, Han Hao's main body in the Destiny Dominion was also sitting cross-legged in the same posture. The only difference was that there were tiny inscriptions glowing in the pupils of Han Hao's eyes. His body was also emitting a strange energy that affected the element of death in the vicinity. Nestet, the overgod of death, who had yet to leave the Omphalos, was lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he looked in the direction of the Destiny Dominion. Han Hao was his last target. When he realized that Han Hao didn't have a quintessence shard on him, Nesta couldn't have been more disappointed. He started to wonder if he had made a mistake in his judgment. Why was it that all the experts of death in the Fringe couldn't find anything? The timely appearance of the quintessence shard from the Destiny Dominion shocked Nestet. His eyes glowed brightly as he mumbled, "So that guy has already left the Fringe." "That's right. Why would he dare to stay in the Fringe when he sensed that I'm coming?" While mumbling to himself, Nestet swiftly left the Omphalos. The energy of the boundary that bound the entire Omphalos did not hinder him at all. With one thought, he passed through the boundary that enveloped the sky of the Omphalos and disappeared. He's finally gone. Tyre and Logue looked up at the sky and heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them were mainly responsible for deploying the energy of the sky above the omphalos. Asura was in charge of the energy of the ground, and Warsisa's energy of ice was used within the city walls. The four of them had a clear division of labor. As the ones who deployed the boundary, Tyre and Log, of course, could sense the presence of the overgod of death. They knew that Nestet had disappeared from the omphalos. To Tyre and Log, Nestet's presence made them feel very insecure. Having such a powerful being in Tanai made them feel uneasy, as though their lives were in someone else's hands. For experts like Tyre and Log who had the lives of others in their hands, this feeling of defeat was unbearable. They desperately hoped that the overgod of death would leave the omphalos and the fringe as soon as possible. They hoped that he would never appear in the omphalos again. Tyre took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. After a while, he left the omphalos and returned to the volcano. He contacted his brother Daka and told him about what happened today. "I got it. Dagmar has just returned and he said that Han Hao no longer has the aura of the quintessence shard on him. This is really strange. I wonder what that kid did to the quintessence shard." Daka, who was in the magical mirror, had a puzzled look on his face. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Logically speaking, no matter who obtained the quintessence shard, they would hold it tightly in their hands and not let it go easily. However, there was clearly no quintessence shard in Han Hao's body. This was really hard to explain. "Forget it, let's not worry about Han Hao for now," Daka frowned and asked, "Has the overgod of death left?" "He should have. He searched everyone and since he didn't find anything, I don't think there's a need for him to stay in the fringe any longer. I paid attention just now and roughly sensed that he went to the Destiny Dominion. I think he might have gone to ask the goddess of destiny about this," Tyre explained after pondering for a moment. "That's good too," Daka nodded and smirked. "Then, we can move out. Get ready. Tomorrow, we will officially attack the God Hunter Alliance. You will have to deal with the God Hunters from the dominions of wind and lightning. They are the weakest, so don't worry too much. Just be careful. As for Brian's side, Hihi, Dagmar, Asa, and Salas will be there. I will raise that place to the ground. Haha, after this battle, us two brothers will become the most powerful people besides the 12 core god." Tyre laughed loudly, his face filled with arrogance and pride. In the Dominion of Destiny, the little skull, Han Hao, could clearly sense the overgod of death, Nestet, rushing over from the fringe. He smirked and thought, "Even if you're the overgod of death, you still fell for my father's trick. You should have eliminated me from your list of suspects, right? As long as I'm careful in the future, you'll never know who has the quintessence shard. When I completely fuse the quintessence shard with demonic arts, I'll take your quintessence." Sensing Nestet's arrival, Han Hao hid his energy again and slowly stood up, preparing to take a detour back to the fringe. At that moment, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of Han Hao and looked at Han Hao in astonishment. "Did you release that energy just now?" Han Hao stared blankly for a moment before his expression turned cold. He first looked around cautiously before he asked, "Who are you?" Han Hao sensed a strange soul undulation from the girl. It was a soul even more powerful than that of Polo and the others. She seemed to have a unique life form that made Han Hao feel threatened. "My name is Andrina. This is the Dominion of Destiny, my home." Andrina stared coldly at Han Hao, bunched her brows, and sensed for a moment. Suddenly, her expression changed. She sneered and said, "You have the aura of a god hunter on you. Are you a god hunter?" "That's right, I'm a god hunter. What do you want?" Han Hao raised his bone spear in his hand and put on a vigilant face. "As long as you're a god hunter, I don't care who you are." Andrina's face was as cold as ice. Her little hand suddenly blossomed with dazzling crystalline radiance and blasted at Han Hao. Han Hao was rather surprised. He did not sense any energy from any of the 12 fundamental energies from Andrina. That dazzling radiance contained the purest energy of energy crystals. It felt as though an enormous energy crystal cannon had been fired. Not only was it terrifying, but it was also very agile. Han Hao did not know Andrina. Therefore, he did not know that Andrina was close to his father, Han Shoror. Back then, when Andrina and Han Shoror met, Han Hao had already left Han Shuo's side. Therefore, when Han Hao saw that Andrina suddenly attacked, he immediately regarded Andrina as a formidable enemy. Han Hao unfolded the bone spear in his hand. The element of death that was attracted by the quintessence shard adhered to the bone spear. The three boundaries of weakness, fear, and aging were instantly formed and enveloped the entire area. Not only that, but a greyish membrane also formed in front of Han Hao. Traces of the energy of death could be faintly seen flowing across the membrane. "Huh!" Andrina cried out in surprise. She did not expect that Han Hao would be so powerful. He was much stronger than the God Hunter experts she had met before. With that, Andrina immediately released all of her energy. The dazzling radiance in her hand suddenly condensed into an enormous energy crystal. At the center of the energy crystal was an oval-shaped sphere of light that radiated scorching light like the sun. It seemed to be the core of the energy crystal. Andrina, who had been brought back from the Darkness Dominion by the Goddess of Destiny, had been under the strict protection of the Goddess of Destiny. Her strength had grown tremendously. She was no longer the same Andrina as before. The barrier that Han Hao had formed using the energy of death couldn't withstand the full force of Andrina's attack. A large hole was blasted in the barrier. The energy crystal formed by the radiance, propelled by the core energy that resembled the sun, rolled towards Han Hao like a ball. Hypocrisy, fear and aging, the three great enchantments of death, did not have any effect on Angelina's special life form. Chapter 945. Angelina was still alive and kicking in the three enchantments of death. Hypocrisy, fear and aging did not befall her at all. On her chest, a dazzling bright light aura lit up the entire area. Even the scorching sun's rays were not as bright and dazzling. The huge energy crystal was like a glazed crystal ball. In the center, there was an oval-shaped light ball that was constantly emitting a dazzling radiance. It corresponded with the dazzling radiance on Andrina's chest. It carried an astonishing amount of energy as it rolled towards Han Hao. Seeing that Andrina was still alive and kicking inside the three boundaries of death, Han Hao immediately changed his strategy. He instantly absorbed the elements of death that were supporting the three boundaries of death into the bone spur in his hand. Without waiting for the crystal ball to approach, Han Hao suddenly retreated. "You want to run?" Andrina sneered. She opened her small hand and flicked her slender fingers. Under Andrina's control, the glazed crystal ball rolled and bounced nimbly. It was as fast as lightning. It firmly locked onto Han Hao and didn't let go. Han Hao's heart was as calm as still water. His pair of bewitching eyes glittered with evil light. He suddenly stood still in his place. Ka. 7 bone spurs shot out from his back and attacked the sneering Andrina from his side. At the same time, the bone spur in his hand suddenly shot out. As soon as the bone spur shot out, tens of thousands of ghosts wailed. Wisps of ink-black aura lingered on the bone spur, forming a hideous and frightening ghost face. The bone-chilling cold wind pierced through the bones, and the bone-piercing bone suddenly opened a big mouth full of sharp teeth. The bone spur, which was originally just a dead object, suddenly turned into a ferocious and terrifying ancient beast. The evil aura, which was condensed by hundreds and thousands of evil souls, showed its sharp edge at this moment. Andrina's sneering face suddenly changed. She seemed to be somewhat shocked. It seemed that she didn't expect that an ordinary bone spur would contain such frightening evil power. Without waiting for Andrina to react, the bone spur suddenly opened its big mouth filled with fangs and swallowed the glazed crystal ball that Andrina had shot out. That big mouth continued to chew and chew, making ka sounds, as if the energy crystal that was as hard as a diamond was being bitten to pieces. Su su su. Su 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 su. The 7 bone thorns whistled over, and the cold and sinister power instantly enveloped the shocked Andrina. Before the bone thorns arrived, the sinister power had already been activated. Andrina was even more astonished. At this moment, she no longer looked at the crystal ball that had turned into a living creature and immediately focused her attention on the 7 bone spurs that had quietly arrived. A huge energy crystal light was released from Andrina's chest. In a split second, Andrina turned into a crystalline state, like a complete living fossil, sparkling and translucent, beautiful and magnificent. However, It didn't have the vitality that a life should have. A blinding light was released from Andrina's body, and the halo of light seemed to contain waves of astonishing power that seemed to affect the structure of space. The 7 bone spikes had clearly reached Andrina's side, but they just couldn't find an accurate point of attack. They just kept circling around Andrina. Who are you? Why is there an aura on your body that I'm familiar with? The crystallized Andrina still had a cold expression as she stared at Han Hao, who had grabbed the bone spur from afar. Han Hao didn't like to talk too much when dealing with enemies. He didn't say a word as he swept over to Andrina. As he advanced, he fiercely swung the bone spur in his hand that had grown much larger. As he swung his arm, thumb-sized energy crystals were shaken out of the bone spur. Those small energy crystals no longer had any energy fluctuations after being shaken out of the bone spur, becoming the most ordinary of pebbles. The crystal ball that had been swallowed by the bone spur couldn't continue to obtain energy from Andrina's body. Under the wear and tear of the thousands of souls and the power in his body, the only path left was to exhaust its energy. Who are you? I don't want to target the wrong person. When Andrina saw Han Hao rushing over, her expression turned cold as she shouted again. Han Hao still didn't say a word. However, he didn't stop the bone spur in his hand as he threw it with all his might. The 7 bone spurs that had shot out from Han Hao's back hovered around Andrina, unable to find a target to attack Andrina. However, the bone spur that contained thousands of souls seemed to be unaffected by the strong light around Andrina's body. It pierced through the layers of light, heading straight for Andrina's chest. Andrina's expression changed again. The glaring light curtain suddenly disappeared from her side. She took out a compass decorated with a pattern of stars. As soon as the compass appeared, it flew out with life. Dong! The compass hit Han Hao's bone spur. A strange power flowed from the compass into the bone spur. The souls that were entrenched in the compass trembled violently. In the next moment, they turned into wisps of smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. A strange light flashed in Han Hao's eyes. Without thinking, he raised his hand and summoned the bone spur back. With a thought, he planned to use the power of the Godhead fragment and the demonic arts to fight Andrina. Shi Yang could feel the strange fate power on that compass. He had rarely encountered this kind of power before. He knew that it was the most mysterious of the 12 Upanishads. The power on that compass was so terrifying that the souls in his bone thorns couldn't endure it. After making up his mind, Han Hao didn't hesitate. He retrieved all the bone spurs and charged straight at Andrina. This body was extremely tough to begin with. He had spent much more time and energy on this body than he had on the bone spurs. Now that this body contained a shard of Godhead that was related to the power of death, he had improved even further. It could be said without the slightest bit of politeness that this body had already become his most secretive weapon. In some aspects, its power was even more terrifying than the bone spear in his hand. As soon as Han Hao moved, Andrina knew that he was going to fight with his life on the line. That was because no matter how they fought before, Han Hao's face was calm. It was as if he didn't care about her. But this time, he was very focused. He was much more serious than before. When it came to Han Hao, Andrina had a deep fear in her heart. The power Han Hao displayed made her feel a strong sense of crisis. Just like now, if it wasn't for the compass her mother had given her, she might have been injured by the bone spur. So, seeing that Han Hao was going to fight with his life on the line, Andrina was a little anxious. Just as Han Hao was about to reach her, she suddenly shouted, "Do you know Brian?" Han Hao, who was flying over, suddenly froze. His body stopped a dozen meters in front of Andrina. He looked at Andrina strangely and nodded. "Who are you? How do you know my father?" Hearing this, it was Andrina's turn to be surprised. She exclaimed, "What? You are his son? How is that possible?" Landing on the ground, Han Hao calmly looked at Andrina and said, "Are you my father's friend or foe?" "Of course we are friends. I was just about to find your father. Can you take me to him?" Andrina giggled. Although she still found it strange, she didn't show it on her face. Han Hao didn't answer her immediately. Instead, he looked at Andrina attentively, as if trying to determine if Andrina was telling the truth. After a while, Han Hao said, My father is in the pandemonium. Go there and find him. I still have things to do. Then, without another word, Han Hao turned around and left without looking at Andrina. He could sense that the overgod of death, Nestet, was rushing towards him at full speed. He couldn't stay here for too long. On the other hand, if he didn't take a detour to the fringe, he would very likely run into the overgod of death, Nestet. If he ran into Nestet on the way, he would be in serious trouble. Before Angelina could say anything, Han Hao had already disappeared without a trace. With a dejected face, she gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, "What's the big deal? Do you think I don't know this place?" Andrina looked in the direction where Han Hao had disappeared. Her eyes glistened for a moment before she muttered, "The energy that attracted me to him was obviously from the quintessence shard of death. He didn't even use his full strength. I heard that the overgod of death, Nestet, has come to the fringe. Could it be because of him?" Andrina hesitated for a moment before she harumphed, "Forget it. If it wasn't for Brian, I would have told him." Andrina stomped her foot and glared in the direction where Han Hao had left. Then, she turned around and flew towards the fringe. The Destiny Dominion, the Shrine of Destiny. The goddess of destiny's figure slowly materialized in the shrine. "Andrina, I've brought you something. It's your favorite crystal," said the goddess of destiny with a benevolent face. Her gentle voice reverberated throughout the shrine. After a long while, the goddess of destiny forced a smile and shook her head. She muttered to herself, sneaking away again. Why couldn't this lass just stay put and behave herself? But this time, she shouldn't be too far away. Haha, this girl's strength has improved tremendously recently. She shouldn't have any problems. The goddess of destiny cast her gaze towards the land of chaos. Her eyes seemed to have two compasses dotted with stars spinning slowly in them. She looked more like a precise machine than a human with flesh and blood. "Han Shoror, oh Han Shoror, I hope the power he left you will be able to help us open Eternia," murmured the goddess of destiny as she gazed at the fringe. The fringe, the pandemonium. Han Shoror, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly felt uncomfortable. He flew out of his gymnasium and stood on top of the pandemonium. He gazed in the direction of the Dominion of Destiny and mumbled, "Han Hao is there. Did something happen to him?" With that thought in mind, he wondered if he should go to the Dominion of Destiny to take a look. He trusted his soul's intuition. At this moment, Zovich came to his side and said respectfully, "My lord, we have news." "Oh." Han Shoror put on a faint smile and asked, "News from the Omphalos?" Zovich nodded and replied, "There was an accident along the way, but the outcome was as you expected, my lord. I have received reliable information that the overgod of death did not attack young Master Han Hao. He has probably left the Omphalos or the fringe." Zovich first told Han Shoror about the results and then went into detail, emphasizing the sudden arrival of Dagmar. Dagmar was so tempted by the quintessence shard that he dared to sneak into the Omphalos. If it weren't for Logan Tyre, Dagmar wouldn't have been able to leave this place alive. Although Han Shoror wasn't present at the scene, he was able to more or less guess the truth from Zovich's description. The divine bodies of Dagmar's most capable subordinates have been destroyed. Even though Dagmar has taken away their divine souls, it will be very difficult for them to recover. "After this battle, Dagmar is no longer a threat," said Zovich smilingly. "Never underestimate a man who has gone mad." Han Shoror was not as optimistic as Zovich. Instead, he solemnly reminded Zovich, "Pay close attention to Dagmar. An overgod who has lost his mind will do things that we cannot anticipate. Tell Tanai's subordinates not to leave the Omphalos for the time being." "Yes, my lord," replied Zovich solemnly. "All right, you may leave now," said Han Shoror with a nod. He then gestured for Zovich to leave. After Zovich left, Han Shoror looked in the direction of the Destiny Dominion and mumbled to himself, "Since it has nothing to do with Han Hao, what was that feeling just now?" The Destiny Dominion. The Destiny Dominion is the territory of Andrina's mother. Did something happen to Andrina? That's impossible. Who would dare to touch her in the Destiny Dominion? After thinking for a while, Han Shoror was unable to come up with any conclusions. He put aside his chaotic thoughts for the time being and got ready to deal with the God-Hunter Alliance's impending attack. The overgod of death had retreated from the fringe. Without that terrifying existence who could affect both sides, there was no longer any hindrance to the delayed battle. Han Shoror knew that the God-Hunter Alliance would soon attack the Pandemonium. On this day, on top of a barren mountain outside the fringe, the 12 hegemons of the God-Hunter Alliance were gathered together. The 12 hegemons of the God-Hunter Alliance were gathered in one place. At the foot of the desolate mountain was a dense crowd of God-Hunters with cold glints in their eyes. Based on a rough estimate, there were at least 10,000 of them. All these years, the 12 hegemons of the God-Hunter Alliance had never gathered together like this. They had never had the opportunity to unite against a single faction. A benevolent-looking old man wearing the priestly white robes of the Temple of God of Light smiled and gestured for everyone to listen to him. "Judas, why are you still wearing that shabby priestly robe? Hehe, do you really think that you can return to the embrace of the God of Light?" Daka looked at Judas, the hegemon of the Light Dominion, with a teasing look on his face. "If he could return to the embrace of the God of Light, I would have been summoned back by the Shrine of Ice." Hegemon Tuckamore from the Domain of Water sneered. Judas laughed awkwardly and explained, "It was the God of Light who abandoned me. Actually, I'm still very willing to serve the God of Light. If the God of Light can forgive me, I might really be willing to return to his side." "Haha, return to the side of the God of Light? What for? Ambush him again?" laughed Daka brazenly. He cupped his fists at Judas and said in admiration, "As one of the Keepers of Light, I'm truly impressed that you could do such a thing. Among all of us, there's really no one who's stronger than you. What's even more surprising is that you're actually still alive." "You flatter me," said Judas humbly. He bowed towards the void and sincerely said, "Praise be to the God of Light. I will do my best to survive until the day your quintessence leaves your body. All right, I'm not interested in your nonsense. Let's move out." Dagmar, who was sitting on his bone throne, coldly snorted. He wasn't interested in listening to their chatter. "Dagmar, you're the most courageous of all. You charged into the Fringe's main camp without anyone noticing and gave us a boost of morale. Haha, if we win this battle, it's all thanks to you," laughed Regis from the Domain of Thunder. "But if you can kill Tyre, Warses, and Logue at the same time, I'll be even more impressed. Hehe, then all we have to do is clean up the mess, don't you think? Regis, do you think that you can defeat me now?" Dagmar straightened his body on his bone throne and said, "Do you want to try? If I could defeat you 400 years ago, I can do it again today. I'm really interested." Regis grinned and stood up abruptly. It seemed that he really wanted to fight Dagmar. The reason why the God-Hunter Alliance hadn't been united for so many years was because of the grudges between them. Whenever they met, they would mock each other and dig at each other's scars. "Stop talking. Let's kill those fringe dwellers first. When the time comes to divide the territory, you two can do whatever you want," said Judas smilingly. Then, he raised his voice and said, "All right, let's get back to business. Let's see how we should attack from different directions. I'll attack Brian's side. I don't care about the rest." Dagmar grunted and squeezed his body back into his bone throne. He had suffered great losses in the Omphalos and hadn't been able to obtain the quintessence shard from Han Hao. He had long viewed Han Hao as a thorn in his side and was determined to get rid of Han Hao and force him to reveal the quintessence shard's whereabouts. Although he didn't know why Han Hao didn't have the quintessence shard, he had personally witnessed the existence of the gravestone. So, he wouldn't leave like the overgod of death. He would definitely keep his eyes on Han Hao until he obtained the quintessence shard and crushed Han Hao to dust. "I'm familiar with Asa and Dagmar. The two of us should work with him to deal with Brian and the Pandemonium," suggested Daka, glancing at Asa. Asa and Daka seemed to have discussed this beforehand as they nodded in agreement. "Is the Han family worth the three of you working together to deal with?" Tuckamore of the Water Dominion coldly snorted. He didn't seem too satisfied with this arrangement and felt that Daka's side had taken advantage of the situation. The Han family is indeed very powerful. I know that I've fought them before. Also, Dagmar's strength has been greatly reduced. I think there's nothing wrong with the three of us working together," said Daka and Tuckamore while looking at Judas. After thinking for a moment, Judas smiled and said, "All right then. Tuckamore and Dagmar are already so unlucky. Let them go." Although Tuckamore had spoken sarcastically to Judas, he seemed to be giving him face. He nodded and didn't say anything else. The matter was settled. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.